All right. Do a little bit of a quick introduction while people are starting to jump online. So we had a little bit of a change. We were going to play Esper Shadow today, but then a donation came up that wanted us to play a little blue-red Gifts Storm. So we're going to be doing that today. Obviously, if somebody wants to see the deck bad enough to put money towards it, we want to make sure that we're playing it. So for those who are unfamiliar, Storm is a deck that has existed in several iterations since the beginning of Modern, um, starting with variants that used cards like not Past and Flames, Rite of Flame and Seething Song to produce obscene amounts of red mana, and then win with cards like Past and Flames is this long, or as well as Pyromancer's Ascension to essentially double the effect of all of your card draw spells, all of your rituals, and we're less reliant on things like the mana reducers, Electromancer, Brawl, Chief of Compliance. The current iterations of Storm, after going through probably as many bannings as any other deck in Modern, um, relies much more on these mana reducers to help you create additional mana off of things like your ritual effects, your Manamorphose, to get you up to enough mana for your payoffs as well as Past in Flames to recast, to cast enough spells in a single turn to kill your opponent with a one or two copies of Grape Shot. The way that the deck achieves this is if you are fortunate enough to get one of your mana reducers and have it stick around for a little bit, uh, getting up to enough mana to resolve a Gifts Ungiven, which is the namesake card in Blue Red Gift Storm, can allow you to go get a pile of cards such as Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, Manamorphose, and Past in Flames. And if you have enough mana available, then regardless of the two cards that your opponent puts in the graveyard and the two cards that you get to keep, you can ritual or Manamorphose into either casting or flashing back Past in Flames to be able to cast the entire stack again, as well as the gifts that you previously put there, any rituals or cheap cantrips you might have in your deck, and rinsing and repeating that process will typically get your storm count enough to Grape Shot for lethal. In the sideboard, we've got three copies of Mystical Dispute, great for these counter spell wars. Uh, we really don't want our opponent to fight with us too much, so we want to be able to stop that pretty efficiently. Pieces of the puzzle to give an alternative to Gifts Ungiven when our graveyard might be taxed. Allows us to create a little bit more of a base for our action spells, where if we rely solely on gifts against Grave Hate, then the chances of them putting two relevant pieces into our yard and just exiling the entire thing is pretty high. Echoing Truth takes care of troublesome permanents like Leyline of Sanctity, as well as Damping Sphere, Grafdigger's Cage, uh, Scavenging Ooze, Relic of Progenitus, anything like that. Empty the Warrens is a fantastic slot. You notice we have one in the main, as long with the two copies in the sideboard, uh, that allows us to beat up on a lot of the fair decks, where one for one removal is typically okay against Storm because of Electromancer and Brawl. It's not great. So being able to overload the board with 8, 10, 12 goblins on an early turn is often enough to run away with a game like that. Aria of Flame gives us another alternate win condition to Grape Shot by allowing, or by resolving an Aria of Flame. We begin to gain incremental value over the course of several turns by just casting our spells. And if our opponent allows the Aria to stick around for too long, we could potentially have a turn of 3, 4 spells that just wins the game on the spot. Uh, Shenanigans in a Braid, great artifact removal for things again like Grafdigger's Cage, Chalice of the Void, Damping Sphere especially, Relic of Progenitus, Nihil Spellbomb, anything like that. Just to make sure that we can get it off the board before we rely on something like Past in Flames to win the game. and then 3 lightning bolts on the board, along with 1 in the main. Uh, Especially useful against small creature decks. Hate bears as well, so things like Thalia are nice to get off the board. But cards like Eidolon of the Great Revel, cards that are going to kill you quickly, like Monastery Swift Spear, Soul Scar Mage, these things we really want to have the ability to interact with. Um, the only real difference in the main between this list and a lot of common lists going around is some lists are running 3 copies of Sleight of Hand. I'm choosing to not run the Sleight of Hands, instead run the 4th copy of Opt, the 1st copy of Bolt, and the pieces of the puzzle. This was from a recent 5.0 list that ran the same idea. Um, just gives you a little more staying power in the main game 1, as well as the ability to potentially interact with something like an Eidolon or Goblin Guide or Soul Scar, Swift Spear, whatever. Um, and there's not as many matchups currently where the extra cantrips are extremely needed. You really want to be able to go a little bit faster at the moment. So we're gonna play this again for everybody trickling in. We had the donation to play some Storm. We were gonna play some Esper Shadow today, but because somebody really wanted to see Storm, we're gonna just play it. So let's go ahead and jump into our first league. And I would not say that this is a deck I'm unfamiliar with, so I feel pretty comfortable playing it. So before you just think this is going to be like a miserable 5 hours, I think we'll have a pretty good time. We would love to play first. This hand's all right. We've got our land drops. We've got Opt to potentially find some action. We've got one of our potential payoffs. So yeah, let's roll with it. If we can find like a Brawl or an Electromancer, then we'll be in pretty good shape to start off with this ritual in pieces. All right, see if our opponent is deciding. I'm guessing that's a yes over the Storm, and not over getting to jump on and see this wonderful mug. Let's see. Lord Fancy Boots. Hey there, just wanted to say I've been enjoying your YouTube content. Nice to catch you live. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm glad as well that you were able to catch a live viewing. I like to think we have a pretty fun time on the live stream, so it's nice to have some extra company. We'll see how excited everybody gets for Storm. I can't guarantee anything, so this is the first time we've played Storm on the channel, and I'm kind of excited to see how it goes. Alright, so Scalding Tarn could be Shadow, it could be a Fetch Storm version. We'll keep a Brawl. Pretty good with that. Let's go ahead and play him out. Seeing Storm was a surprise. Yeah, we had a donation incentive that got hit yesterday, and somebody wanted us to play Storm today, so we're gonna sling a whole bunch of grape shots at people, see how it goes. I'm pretty excited. I've played Storm a few times recently just for the fun of it, but I've played the deck for a few years now, so I'm not just completely in the blind here. Alright, so Steam Vent's Lightning Bolt makes me think more like a Prowess deck. But Basic Island does not scream prowess. So maybe like Blue Moon. Let's cast this Pieces and see what we get. Gonna counter it. Remand. Alright. So it could be, still could be a Storm Mirror, but I'm thinking it's some sort of Blue Moon, like Through the Breach variant. What is this? Geist of Saint Traft. Alright, so it's like a Jeskai tempo deck. So if that's the case, I'm going to just go ahead and try to resolve this Gifts. They might have a Force of Negation, but if they don't, we want to get this resolved. So let's get Desperate, Pyretic, Manamorphose, and Empty the Warrens. Empty the Warrens is one of our better win conditions against control decks like this, especially if we think there's a chance that they're not playing like Wrath of God or Supreme Verdict, which that's kind of the expectation when you see Geist of Saint Traft. So if that's the case, we're going to kind of load up to try to take advantage of this Empty the Warrens. But this Geist is offering a fairly quick clock. So we do need to make sure that we're being a little mindful of that. So I'm running out these cantrips because I want to find some bit of interaction. So let's go bottom the opt, top the remand. We'll draw into the remand. Shock and try to resolve a Pieces. And we're kind of setting up to try to go off next turn with this remand available. And if our opponent wants to like Cryptic Command this, that's fine. Opponent chooses not to Cryptic Command. Alright. So if this is Bolt, Snap, Bolt, we're dead. Alright. You got it. So Geist of Saint Traft. Not one I was expecting to see in Modern in 2020. Not gonna lie. So, some sort of Jeskai control variant. So let's bring in Mystical Disputes, or other Empty the Warrens. We can get rid of Repeal. Lightning Bolt doesn't look like it's going to be very great here. Because they're on Snapcaster, they're less likely to be running like Rest in Peace in their board. So if I'm not expecting Rest in Peace, Relic doesn't seem likely. So what am I expecting their Grave Hate to be? I guess they could be on something like Rest in Peace, but I really doubt it. But we're kind of shaving down on pieces that lean us more towards, or shaving down on pieces that combo with Past in Flames, and we're going to try to lean more towards like Empty the Warrens post board. Let's just bring in all of our card payoffs. Trimming on Electromancers because of things like Lightning Bolt, Path to Exile, they're less effective. I haven't seen a Bolt Snap Bolt for a long time either. Living the good old days, agreed. Like I was not expecting that for the first match of the league. I got thoroughly blindsided there. Like, I don't think there's anything we would have really done differently in those first couple turns. Um, so I don't want to say any decision, like, caused us to lose that one. But we'll see. Maybe we can get a little more information game two about what they have going on. Maybe see a little bit of their hate of choice, and then we can board a little bit more specifically game three. All right. So these serum visions, we're just looking for things like rituals, manamorphose, ways to make this empty the warrens pretty big. All right, mystical dispute's a good pickup. I know I don't want the land. I don't think I want the grape shot. I think we're a ways off of grape shot really mattering. So if that's the case, let's be a little more patient. Spire Bluff number 2, eh? I don't think we're gonna hold up Remand here. We're gonna hold it up next turn. We'll bottom the dispute, but we'll top the pieces and say go. Alright, so now do we want to pieces into open mana? I don't think so. I think we can wait this turn. We can potentially remand whatever they do. And if they don't do anything, we can untap and have pieces plus mystical dispute back up. Like, we're hitting our land drops, our opponent's not pressuring us, so there's not too much of a reason to make an aggressive action here. Opponent has got something they want to do. Bolt us. We could just remand this. Yeah, let's remand this. Because the likely, if they have like a turn 3 play, it's likely going to be something like a Geist or a Teferi Time Raveler, something like that, where Mystical Dispute is live. And if they want to spend their turn 3 like bolting us again and not snap bolting or something similar, we're pretty okay with that. I'm really interested to see how many people like stick around for this stream and how many people are really mad at me for not playing Shadow. Alright, so we called the Geist, which we get to Mystical Dispute. And then we can untap and see how we want to spend our turn. Another ritual is pretty good. So I think I want a pieces here. Which only hitting one is rough, but so be it. It does mean that our empty next turn's a little bit better. Don't talk about Storm like that. I'm a modern fan in general, just heavy shadow bias. You're in light company here. I think we're all pretty big shadow fans. Alright, so I'm going to lead on this ritual. because if they counter it, then I want to have mana available for another ritual. If they don't counter it like this, then I want to be able to Serum Visions to improve our storm count a little bit. So for making a bunch of goblins, I don't think we really need either of these. Opponent chooses to Spell Snare now. Sure. They have Snap Snare. They do. Alright. That part's a little bit unfortunate. Got it. Not much we can do about that one. We were kind of playing around something like Cryptic Command or one counter spell. We weren't really playing around two counter spells. Alright, so Optimus lets us get an extra storm count here. Still don't think we want Brawl. Let's see if our opponent's got another counter spell. What you got? Alright. So we do get to resolve an empty here. Assuming opponent doesn't have like a Flusterstorm in their deck too. Alright, so they remand one copy. Alright. So this game is going to end up being pretty close. We've got them on a 4-turn clock. They do have this colonnade sitting around. Can't activate this turn, so we're pretty safe for this attack. Obviously, they can trade a Snapcaster for a token, and that's fine. Choose not to. So this might indicate that they're wanting to go all in on the Snap plus Colonnade. Helix us. Let's remand that since they can't recast it this turn. And we get to draw a card. Bolt us. Sure, you can have the bolt. We're going to try to be kind of patient on this opt. Might not have time to be patient. We might have to really force the issue on this next turn. Kind of depends what our opponent decides to do. They're at a virtual 10 because of this lightning helix. I don't think there's anything we can draw off this opt, but which if we were planning on opting, we should have done it before they attacked with the colonnade. Take a Morphos. It's basically just a redraw anyway. Alright, what do we got? Need to draw Past in Flames off this. I don't think Gifts does it. Let's see. Go Pyretic. How do we want to do this? Grape Shot. Manamorphose. Opt. And we want our last piece to be Serum. Good afternoon. How are you doing? We had a donation last night to play a little bit of Storm today, so we're going to be storming it out with the best of them. All right. Unfortunately, match one, we saw game one Geist of Saint Traft, which we were not expecting. And then this game two is just like Spell Snare, Snap Spell Snare, like really circa 2017 modern. So we got run over by that one pretty well. Still fun. It's cool to see a deck that I haven't seen in a while, just like a Jeskai control deck. Let's see what we get in matchup to after this. After this donut league, we back to Shadow. We'll see. We might play another league with this. It kind of depends on just how fast this league goes. Which this first match was like 25 minutes ish. So if this goes by pretty quickly, we'll probably play a second league of this and then Shadow. If this goes by slow, then we'll probably just swap straight to Shadow. Yeah, we'll keep. So if we get a second land, we've got just like a turn 2, make 6 goblins, which is often pretty solid. Ooh, so it could be Tron, could be E-Tron. Land. Land or mana reducer? That is neither a land nor a mana reducer. Alright, what do we got? Don't want Grape Shot yet, but I do want this land. Alright, what do we got? Looks like just mono green Tron. Alright, so I really want to find a mana reducer here, because if we find a mana reducer, we could potentially kill them turn 3. Like, we'd have to have a little bit of luck, but it is in the realm of possibility. Another ritual. Don't think I want that. So if our opponent just goes like land, Karn, exile, land, then we have a little bit of an advantage because there's nothing about this opener that screams that we're Storm, as opposed to maybe like Prowess playing Serum Visions or something like that. So there's a chance that our opponent hasn't made that connection yet. If they play Land Worm Coil, then we could potentially just kill them through the Worm Coil. O-Stone is fine. Like, our opponent hasn't presented anything that we really care about yet. Alright, so let's fire off a Manamorphose. Grape Shot. I really don't want to show them that we're Storm if we don't have to. Like, I'm pretty sure they're making the connection here, but there is a chance. Alright. So we can't kill them this turn, but this Electromancer does mean that we can kill them next turn. If we had drawn a land there, we could have played the Electromancer, had the leftover land to Ritual, Past in Flames, and then Ritual, Triple Metamorphose, Gifts Ungiven. We can go off from there. But not hitting the land meant we would have had to have ritualed before the Morphoses, Morphose into red-blue, play the Electromancer, and then after that we could go off. We'll see if our opponent decides to O-Stone us or do something else. This could be like an Ugin. Alright. So we could be in a bit of trouble here. Like, we really needed to hit those last 2 land drops. If we had done that, we could have potentially killed them. Brawl, you're a little bit late. Another guess. Alright, we'll scoop this one up. Like, just not seeing land drops on that one kind of cost us. But we'll see what happens in game 2. So, against Tron, don't want Bolt. Do want a Braid, we want Shenanigans. Echoing Truth. Can board out. We want Repeal on the play because it can hit like a map. Remain's good. We can board out a Grape Shot. We can board out a Past in Flames. So we're kind of expecting like heavy Relic of Progenitus or Grafdigger's Cage, something like that. We don't really want to put a lot of permanents on the battlefield because they are still an O-Stone deck with Ugins on top. So we want to make sure that if we're playing to the board, it's something that's going to kill them. Alright. Hand definitely has reducers. So I'm going to mulligan because we don't have like any sort of payoff. We have all this mana, but we don't have anything that we're working to. This has no blue mana. Alright, so this we can keep. And we'll bottom an island and an opt. That way we can have opt on turn 1. We can shenanigans if they play an expedition map. Speak of the devil. Alright, let's opt. Don't want an empty. Pieces is pretty good. Morphos is also good. We're going to go ahead and tag this expedition map. And important to note with cards like Shenanigans, let's say we find our third land, we could have Electromancer, Manamorphose, dredge the Shenanigans, make the mana, and use the mana to cast the Shenanigans to blow up something. So because it is a dredge spell, it's not really lost to us. But we are going to choose to naturally draw. Alright, so this play has higher upside if our opponent doesn't just have natural Tron. If they have natural Tron, then we're in a little bit of trouble. Dredge and Storm, two perfectly healthy mechanics in one deck. Exactly, it's fine. We just add some tribals in here and we'll be good to go. Alright. Opponent doing nothing right there. It's kind of odd. So let's start with opt. Desperate Ritual's good. It's not great. Then I think I'm just going to hit our opponent and hold up this Remand. And then next turn we can try to go off. Like we could try to this turn, but we would need to spin the Ritual, spin the Manamorphose, spin the pieces, and hope that's good enough. Where if we wait till next turn, we can spend all these but still have mana open. Alright, another Morphos is really good. If only we could fit in some Tron lands. That'd be nice. Just go ahead and go for the trifecta. Alright. So let's start casting some spells and see what we can get. Make red blue. Blue blue. It really wants me to get back this Shenanigans, doesn't it? Pieces. So we can go down to one red pretty comfortably because we have the backup land as well as... Alright, so we should be pretty deterministic from here. Just kind of depends on if our opponent wants us to go through the motions. So Pyretic, Desperate, Manamorphose, and Past in Flames. Let's make sure we got those. Yep. Cool. So if our opponent gives us like Manamorphose, Past in Flames to try to deny us the mana, we can Manamorphose up to 4, and then Past in Flames costs 3. So then we get to start hitting stuff out of our yard. If they give us the rituals, then we just have enough mana to cast our 2 rituals and flashback Past in Flames from our graveyard. So there is no right answer. And we do still have our land drop for turn, so what you want to give us, opponent? Want to give us... Alright. So red. Make red red. We'll cast Past in Flames. Play out our red source from hand. And start casting spells from our yard. So let's start by getting our rituals. We'll Manamorphose. Another Electromancer's fine, but not necessary. Flashback Gifts. So this will let us get our Grape Shot into either the hand or the yard. So we'll say Grape Shot, Desperate, Manamorphose, Pyretic. If our opponent just gets us with like a Mind Break trap or something on this Grape Shot, like, I'm going to be... I don't know how I'll feel about that, honestly. It'd be pretty hilarious. Alright. So opponent has decided to scoop it up. So going into game 3, what do we want to change, if anything? We could bring back in either the other Past in Flames or the Grape Shot because we didn't see any hate out of them. We can take out the Repeal. It's much worse on the draw. Do we want to board out? Let's bring in the other Grape Shot over the Repeal. I think we'll just go like that. I guess the Tron player just really wants to see how Storm works. I guess so. Like, I think that's kind of a an ironically good point because with the whole COVID situation, there's a lot of people getting into Magic Online, moving from like standard to modern. Um, and a lot of people might not know how Storm works. And yeah, unless you have hate, it is deterministic after you resolve the gifts if you have enough mana available, which we did. But they might not know that. Like, they might be thinking, okay, well, maybe he fizzles because he can't have enough mana. Um, but yeah, once we resolve that gifts, we've got plenty of mana. We have plenty of spells, plenty of storm. Alright, so we're keeping this because we're just looking for a payoff, like a gifts ungiven or a pieces of the puzzle, something like that. Yeah, fancy boots. Like after that gifts resolves, um, assuming you sequence halfway correctly, it's absolutely deterministic at that point, unless they have hate. Oh no, I forgot to update Stream Decker. I got to do that between rounds. I forgot. So for everybody tuning in, we had a donation incentive met last night to play Gift Storm today. So we're doing this for a league, and then we'll be jumping into some Death Shadow. But I wanted to go ahead and knock this out of the way. Alright, so Opt, not really where we want to be. Remand's not bad. Island is good. Alright, so we're going to play the Electromancer here because if they don't have the answer, they're just dead next turn. We could hold up the Remand, but they haven't shown like Star, Sphere, anything. Yeah, Dismember's fine. Now we can Electromancer plus Remand next turn. They could have something like Natron and Karn here. But they might have just kept the hand because it had a Dismember. Which is kind of what it's looking like. Yeah, it looks like they kept the hand because it had Dismember. Which could mean they have another Dismember. It's entirely possible. But we will play out this Electromancer regardless. And maybe we get to remand something. Alright, so going to their turn just kind of signals that they don't have another copy of Dismember in hand. And if they don't have the Dismember, they're pretty dead. No, they're really dead. Alright, so let's Pyretic, cast a Gifts Ungiven. And we will go get Desperate Ritual, Manamorphose, Pyretic Ritual. And since we already have the Past in Flames, we could just get another Gifts. We could just get Grape Shot. I think I might just get an Opt. Like, it really doesn't matter at this point what the last piece is, because we're going to have enough to Past in Flames, flash back all of our rituals, Gifts again. We can get the Grape Shot off of that Gifts. So this Opt is just like one blue, add one storm count. Alright, so let's Ritual, Manamorphose. Want to make sure we get all of these like Manamorphoses and things into the yard before we cast Past in Flames. Brawl's not bad. Yeah, we can go ahead and cast this Opt, get it in the yard. Don't really care about Serum Visions. Cast Past in Flames. Make sure we're leaving a red mana floating. And let's go to town. His opponent decided to pack it in? Nope. Alright. Touche. Now have they decided? So like at this point, interaction doesn't really matter because let's say they respond by trying to dismember the Electromancer. We get to respond with Ritual, Morphos, Opt, Gifts Ungiven, Cast Instance that we get off of Gifts Ungiven, make more mana, and yeah, then they can kill our Electromancer and we don't even care about the reduction anymore. Alright, so it looks like opponent wants us to go through the motions, which is fine. We don't register the deck to not be okay with going through the motions. So this pile we're going to get the... you really need to stop passing flames if you want a good chance, like Relic Tormod's agreed. Like a Dismember uh, usually by itself isn't going to be enough to beat Storm. Like you really need to stop the payoffs. All right. So we will get Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, Manamorphose, and Grape Shot. And you can put these wherever you would like. I mean, I guess they could have something like Surgical Extraction. And we could have done a better job of playing around that by just, like, casting our draw spells instead of putting the Grape Shot in this pile. But I don't know if I've ever seen Tron run Surgical Extraction, so don't really care to play around it. Let's see. I've definitely won games before by making them go through the motions, even though against Storm I would definitely scoop. Yeah, like there are decks that have non-deterministic wins, and that's absolutely correct. Like I played a game the other day against Ad Nauseum, and if I had paid attention, they were spoils of the vaulting for an Angel's Grace, and if they had just like exiled over their Thassa's Oracle looking for spoils of the vault, then I would have won on the spot. But they didn't, so it didn't matter. But it happens. Yep, hand's pretty good. Oh. So, for anybody wondering, Juggernaut here is a friend of mine. His name's Guy, and we're gonna see how bad he does and judge him silently. So I'm kind of excited for this one. I don't know if he's looked at the stream title today, so I don't know if he knows that I'm playing Storm or not. But he's been playing a lot of like Jund and 4-colored Death Shadow recently. So this will be a good test for us if he's playing Jund Death Shadow. Veil of Summer for Gifts is a funny way of doing it. I have seen that. I don't know if I recommend uh, I don't know if I would recommend bringing in Veil just because of that interaction, but I mean you could. So he's making fun of us for some testing we did last night. Alright, let's see if he's got the answer to this Electromancer. Alright, so he's playing Gruul today. Fair enough. Blood Moon me. Do it. Never had a Blood Moon in your life. You got it. Alright. So we don't have uh, Empty the Warren's mana yet, but there's a chance we just get him with like a Manamorphose, make 2 blue, Remand plus Opt or something like that. Alright. So we're gonna sit back because we're still making our land drops. And we want to try to get value out of some of these blue spells while we can. So if we have like Manamorphose into gifts, get Morphos, Ritual, what? We're just trying to set up like making a bunch of goblins on our next turn. And it's kind of looking like does he have another payoff? All right, Clothis, sure. All right, so let's Manamorphose to Gifts Ungiven. And we'll get Desperate, Pyretic, Morphos, and do we want to get Grape Shot or do we want to get Lightning Bolt? I think Lightning Bolt, because I think there's a decent chance that he gives us like Bolt Morphos, in which case we just get to go crazy on our storm count. Steven, glad you were able to tune in just at the perfect time. This scrub here thinks he has us locked under a blood moon. Alright. So here's our Grape Shot off the top. So we can Ritual, Past in Flames, Ritual, Morphos, Empty the Warrens. Is that what we're wanting to do here? Is there an alternative? We could bolt this, or bolt this, Grape Shot this. That doesn't seem great for us. Oh, Baral. So, is Brawl just free storm count for us? Yes. Nice. Alright, so now we just get to kind of do it all. We can grape shot, remand grape shot. This is 9, 8 copies hit. He goes to 9, remands 10. Yeah. Alright. Does he? Oh, don't crash on me, Moto. Yeah. Alright. Game 1 off of Cruel. Probably not the way he was expecting it to go. And I might have some words for him between games. We'll see. So we could take out Electromancers. I just don't think there's anything that I really care enough to bring in. Braid and Shenanigans are fine if I'm expecting like Damping Sphere. That's probably better than a couple of Electromancers. Alright, are we keeping this? Are we keeping this? I don't think so. Like, we're just not doing enough the first few turns. We will keep this. We can bottom the... let's bottom one of these lands that doesn't say we get to play around Blood Moon. Alright, so he's got the Relic, which is fine. Bottom the Past in Flames. We're going to top this Gifts. I know it seems a little awkward in the face of the Relic, but it is still just like a value card for us. And if we catch him tapping down off of the Relic, then maybe we just have a chance to get him with the Gifts. Double Relic. Alright. So now we have the classic, did he keep this hand because it has double Relic? Remember how we agreed that people overboard for Storm? Alright, let's get Brawl down. He could have removal for Brawl. That's fine. Just asking him if his last 3 cards are triple Damping Sphere. Alright, what do you got? Cinder Vines, alright. Cinder Vines is an interesting one. I think we're gonna ship uh, the ritual. Here we really want to lean on just making a bunch of goblins. We can take the remand. Do we want the bolt? Nah, opt is just better. How's the storm coming along? We are currently 1-1. So I mean it's coming along fine so far. We won game 1 of this matchup through a blood moon with no blue mana, so that was nice. Game 2, our opponent has decided that their answer to us is double relic plus a cinder vines. So good times, good times. We're just gonna see if we can find and empty the warrens. Shocking in. Are they? Surely this isn't holding up mana for Cindervine's activation. Repeal could be pretty good. That allows us to take out a Cindervines. And we'll just continue getting a little bit of chip damage in with this Brawl. You must try my Stormless Storm Arclight Phoenix deck someday. That seems pretty dope. Alright, you've got all the mana in the world. Blood Moon. We don't really care about Blood Moon, but we're a little mad that we tapped this island now. No. We're just going to say sure on the Blood Moon. Alright. Let's see, actually an old Aspiring Spike list. Nice. You guys got some awesome lists for sure. Alright, what do we got? Shivan Reef. Probably not quite where we want to be. Opponent does have 0 cards in hand. So I think we're going to pass, try to repeal this Cindervines into turn. Like if our opponent just drew a lightning bolt, not much we can do about it. But if they didn't draw the lightning bolt, is this just digging for a bolt or a stomp? Modern Horizon 2 hopefully comes through in that regard. I bet that'll be a pretty awesome set. Alright, what's our plan? We can start with shenanigans to just try to get him to pop this relic. And then we can ritual gifts, get our typical gifts pile. Don't veil me, bro. Alright, so desperate, pyretic, past in flames, and morphos. We're not out of the woods yet, but we've got a shot. Uh, I'll gladly tell you what's in my hand. It is nothing. We're all in on this. Also, don't know why that didn't just give us. I swear I told that to make double blue. So that could end up costing us here. Ugh. So let's get grape shot, morphos, pyretic, desperate. Have you guys seen the new Stone Rain plus draw for 2? Yeah, that card is sick. Alright, so we're just gonna make a billion zombies, or not zombies, goblins, and see what happens. Alright. So we're scooping because of Clothis. Like, we know that they have lethal on board. So, let's think about what we want to change up going to game 3. Echoing Truth gets a lot more appealing because we saw Cinder Vines. I don't think they have a way of dealing with Aria Flame, so we're going to bring that in. What do we want to change up? We get the last Electromancer out. Get Bolt out. And do we want to just shave the last gifts? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's see. Tried D-Sphere. Alright, you want to try it in the place of Damping Sphere and Shadow. Tried D-Sphere for a short while, but didn't like it. Sad I have to go, but glad I got to see all the little weed combos. Have a great rest. Thank you so much, Lord Fancy Boots. Appreciate you stopping around and getting to check out a live stream for a little bit. Oh, this hand's terrible. This hand is slightly less terrible. Alright, so what are we bottoming? Um, Probably one of these ops. So let's keep this. Planning on Serum Visioning turn 1. Looking for that second land, so we maybe like Ritual into Arya on turn 2. He does have Cinder Vine, so we do have to, I guess, keep an eye on that. So that means we might have to wait for a turn where we can Arya plus cast some spells. Alright, so let's get drawing. Ritual is nice, but we really want lands. What do we got? So if we see our second land, we have to decide if we want to uh, Arya Flame, like Ritual into Arya Flame. Alternatively, if we wait until like turn 3 to Arya, we could turn 4 Ritual pieces or Ritual pieces. We could also just Ritual gifts. Or not gifts, empty. You know, gifts, empty, tomato. Alright, so they do have the Cinder Vines and the Relic. Which means it looks like we're going to be making some goblins. Now, do we want to make goblins right this second? Or do we want to wait? I think I want to wait. Like our opponent's got the hate pieces, but we don't know if they have pressure yet. So we're not under a lot of duress to have to do something right this second. And if we can find more rituals or more lands, we have the potential to make a bigger empty. Hello from Greece. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. Hope everything is going well in your neck of the world. All right. So if we find our fourth land, we might have the ability. I guess we could have pieces there. I was going to say if we find our fourth land, we have the ability to Echoing Truth away the two Cinder Vines, and then Ritual empty to make 8 goblins. Blood Moon. All right, we'll respond to that by getting rid of these Cinder Vines. And then we'll make a bunch of goblins on our turn. Unfortunately, we don't get to do it all. We just get to make goblins. Um, yeah, that's still our best play. I was gonna say we could have like abraded the Arbor Elf and then just made a bunch of goblins, or we couldn't have made a bunch of goblins if we abraded the Arbor Elf. We would have needed to have drawn a land, but instead we drew the Arbor or the Abrade. All right. Sure. So here we're just gonna abrade this Arbor Elf because it looks like they're pretty stretched on mana. And let's start chunking in with some goblins. It is a 4-turn clock, so Clothis, significantly less scary into an open board or empty graveyard. God, I cannot get my words right today. Alright, so get Clothis active. Steven, I hope you're getting to keep watching this. Alright, 2-turn clock. I guess they get to eat their lightning bolts at 3-turn clock. Now we get to cast spells. That's kind of fun. What do we want? Repeal and Pyretic. So we have the option to like repeal this Clothis if we want. They are at 8, so there's a chance we might like repeal a Cinder Vines and have the ability to go off with Aria. Alright, so let's think. If we cast Aria, hold priority on the trigger, ritual repeal, that's 3 damage. So not really enough to present lethal. But we do need to get some stuff off the board. Glorybringer's a pretty good one. That means we are dead if we cast a spell into these Cinder Vines. Alright. GG's. If Moto would want to function. GG's. If he jumps in the chat, I'll yell at him when he does. Alright. Hand's great. But yeah, like, if he didn't have the Cinder Vines there, if he didn't have either copy of the Cinder Vines, then that Aria wins pretty easily. If we'd hit a couple more land drops, we could have Aria plus with the trigger on the stack, hold priority, play a couple instants, and burn him out through that. But the combination of Blood Moon stopping us from playing some of the blue spells in our hand. Oh, did you come in here to rub it in? Is that what this is? But guy, thank you so much for the subscription. Fantastic match. I wish you could have seen our hand there at the end. We had an Aria Flame that I was going to ritual into on turn 2, but we didn't see our land until after the opt on turn 3, and then you played the Cinder Vines, and I was like, well, shit, what am I gonna do now? Uh, and we drew really well for the next like 3 or 4 turns, and then as soon as you were able to get the second Cinder Vines and the Blood Moon cutting us off of our blue spells, like it was rough at that point. Pretty rough. Yeah, you were. If you didn't have the Cinder Vines, we were going to kill you pretty easily. Uh, when you had the Cinder Vines, it made it so that we had to focus on making the goblins. Um, and then we had a point where if we just hit a couple more lands, we would be able to uh, Aria Flame and with the trigger on the stack cast like 3 instants. But uh, but we just couldn't string together the land drops. And then when you hit yours and had more interaction, we're like, all right, pack it up. But they were really good games for sure. How's the rest of your league going outside of our matchup? Honestly, didn't board that heavily. 2 relic, 3 cinder vines. Just happened to draw them really well. Yeah, I mean game 2 like double relic, double cinder vines, and then game 3 double cinder vine plus a relic. Like that's solid. All right. So if this opt sees a ritual or a manamorphose or ritual, we could have them dead through or dead on our turn 3, turn 4. Ugh. It's not quite what we want to see there. All right. So unfortunately, we just have to play a land and pass. 2-1 after our games. Lost to the mirror game 1. Called it pillage my own land. Honestly, don't know what happened. MTGO didn't give me a prompt to target from what I saw. That's really weird. Um, I feel like I've encountered a couple Moto bugs recently. Like our game 2, uh, when you had the Blood Moon out, I went to Manamorphose and clicked blue blue and it added red blue. So when we gifts from the yard, I ran out of blue mana when I had like 2 remands and something else in hand. So I could have potentially set up like a ritual, remand my own ritual to get to draw a card and loot off of Brawl. Which, like I said, might not have changed the outcome, but it was something that we at least had access to. Our opponent deciding to gifts them for themselves. Opponent, this is backwards. How dare you? I'm assuming they're getting like Force of Negation and 3 other spells so that they don't just die on our turn. Which would be pretty sweet. But at the same time, we get to pick where the spells are going, so. Gonna jet though, gotta finish this league on stream. Good games. Good games for sure. Good luck the rest of your league there. Hope you get to run over some people. Oh, so they get a loan package. Alright. We'll put the fetches in your yard. If you want to loan them back, fine. Alright. So now we have the age-old question of does our opponent have a force of negation in hand. So let's start by hitting him in the face once. I'm leading on the gifts here because if they have force, they're going to be able to counter it regardless. But if they don't have force, I get to keep this ritual around. Alright, so they do have the force. Now what's the follow-up to the force? Alright. So we're just going to keep hitting with the Snapcaster. If our opponent decides to do something like escape this Uro, we can repeal the Uro to at least draw a card. Try to find another gifts or pieces. I'm a little surprised with this loam gifts for loam out of them. Uh, for one, because it's not really that impactful, and for two, they played out the sandbar instead of cycling it to dredge the life from the loam. So, Electromancer. Did I say Brawl? My bad. Yeah, we're gonna hit him with the Electromancer. Alright, zombie is fine. I think we're still gonna repeal this zombie. Again, we just want cards. We don't even hit the zombie. Or we do hit the zombie off this, yeah. We'll opt. Remand's not bad. Remand could allow us to set up like a potential grape shot or grape shot, remand our own grape shot. We're not going to swing with this Misty Rainforest sitting over here. I don't really want to throw our Electromancer into a zombie. At least not yet. Maybe later. Getting back gifts ungiven. Alright. Cycle Triome. Cast gifts. Came for the shadow, got the grape shot. What is this? Uh, did I say Snapcaster? Jeez, I'm way off of it. So this is a donation league. We had somebody that wanted us to play some Storm. So we were playing through this Storm League real quick, and then we got some Death Shadow coming up after this one. But I gotta honor the donations. But we have seen some sweet stuff out of Storm. We played against Gruul. We had some little bit of rough luck against that one, but it happens. We played against a sweet Jeskai like mid-range deck with like Geist of Saint Traft, and they had a nice little snap or spell snare, snap spell snare turn. Splendid reclamation, eh? Alright, so let's put Time Warp and Snapcaster Mage in the graveyard. Um, if they want a Wilderness or Splendid Reclamation, that's fine. If they want a Uro, that's fine. Let's see. We could remand this, but since they're all coming back in tapped, we don't really care how many zombies they make here. Alright, let's get a good spell. It's not bad, actually. Let's see if our opponent wants to pick a fight over this. Alright. Alright, opponent. Just don't have interaction for this remand. Because this remand is representing draw plus loot. So seeing 2 new cards could be really huge when we only need to get Storm Count at 1 more for this Grape Shot to be lethal. Don't do it, opponent. Don't do it. So they countered our... Alright, they countered our Grape Shot. Sure. Alright, so opponent gets that one. But we get to go to game 2. And in game 2, we want Empties, Mystical Disputes, probably Pieces. We know we don't want Bolt. Cut back on some of the grave pieces. Peel doesn't seem too great for us. And we'll trim an Electromancer and go like this. But we got a pretty sweet shadow list for after this. Let me pull it up so I can show off what we're going to be playing. It was a suggestion yesterday. Where are you? There you are. Yes. So, after this, we're going to be playing Firum's Mardu Shadow list. featuring things like Stoneforge Mystic, Fervent Champion, lets you equip things for free. Um, the full playset of Ranger Captain of Eos, got Tide Hollow Scullers, all of our normal removal, including things like Angrath's Rampage. Burnt and Forge Cinder, a whole playset of Fulminator Mages in the sideboard. Like, pretty excited for it, honestly. No idea how it's going to go, but we'll see when we get there. I've got it queued up, ready to rent as soon as we finish this league. But because we are people of honesty and integrity, if somebody pays us to play a league, we are going to play that league. If we get to go to our game 2, that is. We'll see. We would love to play first. Oh, this is the definition of a grindy hand for this deck. But I think we can do better. Alright, we'll keep this. Bottom our island. Nope, not you. Cast you. Deck is just determined to make us have pieces of the puzzle. It's like, I saw you bottom me, and I don't appreciate that. So here's 3 more copies. We obviously didn't shuffle well enough after that mulligan. So Moto's coming back with a, hey, here, I helped you out. Play a Brawl. They probably have a Fatal Push off of this Watery Grave, but if they do, they're going to have it later. So let's just go ahead and force the issue. Hey, second verse just like the first. No second Fatal Push. Huh? Huh? Growth Spiral? Okay. Something, something, something. There's a chance. Alright. Don't kill my Brawl. Brawl has done nothing wrong here. Brawl's innocent. Fatal Push. Ugh. Is this going to be like a Growth Spiral into that Fatal Push? Damnation. Okay. Not the card I typically expect to be brought in against Storm. Alright, so let's get Opt. Opt. Because getting this Past in Flames and Grape Shot in the yard kind of sets us up to have a kill if we find another mana reducer, or if we just hit more land drops. So the Opt kind of plays into that. Wonder if they're going to Mystic Sanctuary back a Damnation. be something. Congrats on passing your test certification thing, by the way. Thank you so much, Kathari. Greatly appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, I had to cancel the stream Wednesday. Unfortunately, I thought I had made an announcement of it Monday or Tuesday, but apparently I had not. I had to go take my state and national portions of my real estate licensing exam, and I was able to pass both of those. Woo! So super exciting. All right, just play that Uro into this remand. Just play anything into this remand. Not quite what I was expecting into the remand, but so be it. Alright, let's opt. I'm kind of a fan of this mystical dispute, because this lets us have some game against like cryptic command. Alright, so if our opponent has exactly cryptic command and no force of negation here, we can win. So let's see how deep down the rabbit hole our opponent wants to go on this turn. Do they have another counter spell? Oh no, I came for some Death Shadow, came playing its only Storm. So we've just got this game and one more match to finish up on our donation league. And then we are going to be playing some Death Shadow. We're going to be playing Mardu Death Shadow. Fearum's 5-0 list from the other day with like um, Fervent Champion. So we're just getting through this real quick and then we'll be on to that. So empty's not bad. Let's think about how we want to do this. So we could remand our pyretic ritual and recast the ritual. Doesn't really change anything. But it does increase the storm count. Is that enough of a reason for us? Yeah, why not? It draws and it increases storm. Not quite what we wanted to draw though. Then we will play our empty. And we'll see if our opponent has got another Mystic Sanctuary to get back this damnation. Kind of assuming they do, but so be it. Like, I can't imagine they only have one Mystic Sanctuary in the deck. Yep. Alright, but we did have to make them have it and use it. Do we think they have another one? Let's find out. If there's no Crackling Doom, I'm going to be upset. I don't think there are any Crackling Dooms in the list, unfortunately. We'll have to see if we want to swap anything around. Alright, opponent. Fear our two mighty goblins. You've never seen goblins so scary. They're the fiercest of goblins around. Look at him. He's got his teeth and his war club and everything. Truly terrifying. If there were any card that I think I would remove in Modern right now, I think it would be Mystic Sanctuary. Like, having a spell is just, or having a land that's essentially a free spell is pretty solid. And especially playing like a lot of shadow decks, having it take away from things like Thoughtseize and Inquisition can often be pretty rough. Alright, so nothing relevant. So we'll scoop this one. We'll go to our last match. Then we'll play some Mardu Shadow. Things we're learning from this league. Storm, not a bad deck, but there's a lot of hate pieces for it right now. We've seen everything from, I don't even know if I call Damnation a hate piece as much as it's there, but like Force of Negation, being able to hit like Past in Flames. Um, we've seen Relics, Cinder Vines. Um, what else do we see? I know we saw another piece of hate that I should know. Oh, why am I blanking? Why are you letting me blank? Is Storm even playable right now? Asking for Diffie. Um, I think it's fine if you get certain matchups. Like, you don't want to see prowess, obviously. Um, but I think there are a lot of non-prowess decks that Storm's really good against right now. Alright, so I want my third land. Don't really care about the opt. If this is mono white tokens, then we might have kind of free reign to like play Brawl out turn 2 and then turn 3 go off. And if that's the case, we just want to make sure we've got our land drops in order. Alright, opponent. Do you have a path to exile right now? Like literally right now. Nope. Alright. Opponent's dead. So let's ritual. Miss playing black white tokens sometimes about or something about watching people pause to read Zealous Persecution. Zealous Persecution is a fantastic card. Um, Geek Media. So we had a donation last night, donation incentive met to play some Storm today. So we're running through this league, and then as soon as this league's done, we're gonna play some Mardu Death Shadow. Fetch Watery Grave ASAP run follow. Dang. Let me get one out of a box of actual cards over here real quick, if that counts. Uh, Alright, so opponent has decided that they have accepted their fate to die. I guess they've accepted their fate, but they have decided not to just scoop it up yet. Which I can, I guess, respect. It is pretty deterministic at this point, so let's get Grape Shot, Desperate, Pyretic, Anamorphose. So Ritual, Serum Visions. We'll bottom that. Uh, land. Alright. Never mind. Opponents decided to scoop it up. How about instead of fetching a Watery Grave right this second, we show off some sweet actual Death Shadow cards from from previous iterations as sort of an appeasement. All right, so we're bringing in Echoing Truth. Empty's pretty good. Don't want Repeal. We don't want Lightning Bolt. Bring in Pieces. Poured out a Past in Flames. Poured out a Grape Shot. Oh man, Caleb, thank you so much. I'm glad to see your stream went well. I was tuning in earlier watching a little bit of that Pioneer Lotus Field Storm, and that deck is super sweet. But thank you so much for the raid for sure. Hope you're able to find out if Elvish Reclaimer was better than Arboreal Grazer. I watched the Esper control game where Reclaimer just got to beat down for like 3 or 4 turns. It was super awesome. But for everybody tuning in from Caleb's stream, welcome, welcome. Playing some Storm today. Really excited about it. We are currently up a game over mono white tokens. This hand we need some lands. All right, looks good. What do I want to bottom? I want to hit land drops. So I think I'm just going to bottom the second bear. If they want to path my first one, I'm pretty A-okay with that. You think bottom the reef? I could definitely see bottom the reef. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I feel like I'm gonna want that third and fourth land potentially. So let's see how it goes. We've faced some. Oh, you didn't see second bear. Gotcha. Glad we were on the same page there. We faced some interesting decks this league. We played against a Jeskai control deck like circa 2017 with Geist of Saint Traft in the main, and they got us through like a spell snare, snap spell snare turn. So that was completely beyond me. I had no idea that was going to be a thing in 2020. And then we played against a Gruul player that had sideboard game 2 double relic and double cinder vines, and then game 3 double cinder vines plus a relic plus a Clothis, and that was pretty nuts. Um, and then we just lost one to Sultai Splendid Reclamation, not Wilderness Reclamation, Splendid Reclamation, with like Gifts Ungivens and Life from the Loams, Uro, Time Walk, but they had a Damnation for our Empty the Warrens post board, and then Snap Damnation later. So it's been a wild day. All right, so we can, what do we want to do? We can ritual empty grape shot away 3 of these tokens. Is that our best line? Alternatively, we could play second brawl and grape shot 2 tokens. We could attack, and if they triple block, we kill a token, and then brawl, ritual, grape shot away the rest of the board. Yeah, I'm just saying like brawl for the storm count, not brawl to keep an extra brawl around. Just if we want to get an extra token off of the board, that does give us a little flexibility there. So if we go for an empty here, unfortunately any of their anthem effects are going to grow their tokens up past ours, especially like something like Intangible Virtue that gives vigilance. If we go for Grape Shot, we could get blown out by the white, was it Force of Virtue? The anthem that you just have to exile a white spell from your hand. Alright, so we know we're playing land. I think we're going to go for Ritual. Is that what I think we're going to go for? Ritual, empty, make 4 tokens, grape shot away 3 of these tokens. Oh, it's so close. Yeah. Could very well not be correct, but also kind of lets us check to see if our opponent is F6'd. Alright, so I don't think it really matters which tokens we go after. Then again, if our opponent has the Force of Virtue here, like we kind of get blown out. But if they don't, which doesn't look like they do, um, then we get to at least slow their clock down tremendously. And that's really nice. All right. So for everybody who has tuned in from Caleb's stream, uh, my name's Michael. Play a ton of Modern, especially a lot of Death Shadow. This morning we had an incentive to play a donation incentive to play a little bit of Storm, which I was actually really excited about because Storm is one of my favorite decks in Modern, and I haven't gotten to play it all that much recently. And so I'm pretty thrilled to get the chance to. All right, so let's put Opt on top of Pyretic because we're planning on having another empty next turn. We're just gonna swing out because if they want to trade a token for this Brawl, that's fine. Like we have the backup Brawl, so we don't really care. And then next turn, we'll be able to Brawl, Opt, Pyretic Ritual, empty, make 8 more tokens. Loxodon, sure. Alright, so let's start by cracking in with our team. And again, if they want to block the Brawl, that's A-okay with us. We're just looking to chip in some damage here. They're not going to do it. Block a token. I don't really know why they would block a token instead of the Brawl. We are going to play the extra Brawl because I do want the 2 extra tokens off of empty. Doesn't really matter which Brawl we keep. Opt into Pyretic. Cast Pyretic. Cast empty. And we will get an army of little gobos. Alright, opponent. What you got? So this is a 2-turn clock for us. Was Unbreakable Formation. Indestructible and Vigilance. 3, 6, 9, 14. Yep, you got it. Hit us in the face. Gifts Ungiven's not bad. So that might mean that we want to slow down a turn if we just have the chance to gifts on their instep. And we can go off on our turn. I'm down for that. With all these goblins, we're not really in a position where we have to push the issue. But for everybody hanging out new to the channel, thank y'all for hanging around, checking out some of this great Storm action. If you get a chance, feel free to jump into the chat. Tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, what got you into Magic. Love to hear a little bit more. It's always great meeting new faces. All right. So let's block with enough can't block with enough to kill them, so that means we'll just block everything. If we could block with enough to stay alive and have them dead on our turn on the crackback, then that would obviously be preferred, but since we can't, then we'll just block it all. Alright, so what do we think our opponent is most likely to give us versus put in our graveyard? We could put... Alright, so let's go pieces of the puzzle. Pair it up with something that we think our opponent is likely to put in our graveyard, like empty. And then we want something else that we would like to get to hand, like Echoing Truth, and pair it up with something we think our opponent is going to bend, like Grape Shot. Let's see. Same from Florida. Huge Storm fan player. Started playing because it was cheapest competitive deck and fell in love. That is the greatest reason I can think of. Like, Storm, especially on Magic Online, it's like $75. And when it's in a good position in the meta, it's a tier 1 deck by a mile. When it's in a not so good position in the meta, like now, you still have two of the top, like, 7 or 8 trophy players playing Storm. Like, it's nuts. Uh, Slaggy D, thank you so much for the follow, first of all. Two, started playing during the original Ravnica as a teenager. Nowadays, a 30-year-old Storm fanatic from Finland, living in Estonia, though, Northern Europe, anyways. That is awesome. Like, I'm always super psyched to see the amount of international influence that's here. All right, so our opponent is super dead if they don't have any kind of interaction. Um, is there anything that we want to consider playing around? I think I want to cast spells pre-combat just in case opponent has something that they might want to like flash in. Alright, so Pyretic Desperate just means, again, pretty dead. We can go ahead and just cast our rituals, do all this pre-combat. We'll get up to Lethal Grape Shot, cast Grape Shot. If they don't interact in any sort of meaningful way, uh, then we can just let it resolve. If they do try to interact, we can remand our own Grape Shot and be able to cast that. And then we do still have just combat damage if we so choose. Alright, opponent. Do you have anything? SNG a Lily? Am I saying it right? Thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciate everybody stopping around and hanging out with us. Alright, so let's cast this other ritual, get up to our Lethal Storm. See if our opponent has got any sort of interaction. Again, we do still just have combat after this, so we've got another, what, 8 damage on board? But one of the things that I've absolutely loved since I started streaming a bit more is seeing where everybody is from. Like, we've got so many people in the chat from, especially like Eastern Europe, um, a lot from Western Europe, really a lot from all over Europe. Galili, like the flower. Alright, so SN Galili. Got it. Angel's Grace. Okay. That is a legal magic card that our opponent is allowed to play. And that does mean that they get to buy themselves a turn here. It kind of explains this attack they had last turn, because if they knew they were just going to have Angel's Grace, then bashing in with a bunch of guys seems a whole lot better. But we're still in pretty good position. Alright, now why wouldn't you attack with the Loxodon? Choosing to block with 2 there instead of the 3. Alright, so that makes sense. Morphos is a good pickup. So let's find something to cast. That's not quite something to cast. Alright, so we might end up letting them off the hook this game. That Angel's Grace was a pretty good one there. Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocked, 1 more. So yeah, we're just dead to tokens. Alright, Angel's Grace. So that's what we need to keep in mind going into game 3. Did we have a chance to play around Angel's Grace at any point? I don't think so. I think that was kind of out of our reach. Angel's Grace and the aggro desk. I mean, you can't really say it's wrong if it worked. So because of Angel's Grace, I'm a little more interested in like Aria Flame, something that can present lethal, and then when they go to untap on their turn, we can present lethal again by just casting an instant. Relic means I'm a little less excited about my graveyard surviving. Is there any other changes that I really want to make? Remand is a possibility, but I think being able to time walk their token makers a little bit is going to be worth it. Let's go ahead and go with the third pieces over the second remand. It's like everything that they are doing to interact with us either has split seconds, so we can't remand it in general, or it's 1 mana like Relic or Path to Exile on a bear, in which case remand isn't really helping us. Ooh. This is a spicy one. I'm going to keep it because I'm on the play with the Serum Visions. And I like the odds of being able to, like, turn 2 or turn 3, just make a bunch of tokens. Kind of out-token the token deck. Unfortunately, neither of these spells really help us do that. So we're just looking for a bear, looking for a ritual. Because turn 3, make a bunch of tokens is good too. Not quite. Alright, I don't want to fire off these Manamorphoses yet. So if we just draw a bear, being able to bear and to double Manamorphose and to empty sounds pretty good. FX Long Mike, I would 100% cycle here. I mean, I wouldn't fault anybody for cycling here. My inclination is I think I'm going to want the extra tokens. Like this turn, I'm definitely cycling. But last turn, I just felt like I could wait a little bit. Ugh. So our draws off the top have not been kind to us. Alright, so let's think about how we are shifting gears from here. If we're not making an explosive amount of goblins, and Past in Flames is going to be shut off from this relic, then we need to focus on finding draw spells, ways to refill our hand. Alright, so at the very least, we get 4 goblins out of this. 5 goblins out of this. Or 6 goblins out of this. Math is tough. Is that what we want to do? I think we just want to make 4. The reason being, if our opponent does something to tap off of this relic next turn, then we might just go for like a value Past in Flames to get these Manamorphoses. Or if they just pop relic on their turn at some point. And then we can always build up to a build your own Past in Flames in response to the relic crack. I think that's my absolute favorite thing in the world to watch Caleb do is just have a Past in Flames, watch them crack the relic, and then just go off before resolving the Past in Flames. Like, I just think it is absolutely beautiful. Alright. So they get to flip their Legion's Landing, but I think we're just going to trade off with a couple of these tokens. I don't think they have a 2-mana instant speed pump effect. But I've been wrong before. I would 100% not be shocked to be wrong again. Alright. So Arya's pretty good for us. So let's get Arya down. And now next turn, it'd be really nice if we can find another ritual. Just being able to like cast Past in Flames, let them respond with activating Relic. I don't think they would, but it's nice to try to have the option. We do have to think about what these last couple of cards in their hand are. Alright, so if we could cast Past in Flames, they could respond with activating Relic. We could respond with Desperate Ritual, exile the Ritual. The problem is if they then respond with cracking the Relic, then we just get 3 damage Past in Flames in the yard, everything exiled. Doesn't quite seem where we want to be. If we cast Past in Flames and they respond by cracking the relic, then we can hold priority, ritual, resolve Past in Flames, ritual again, and empty, and we do 1, 3, 6, 10 damage to them, and we get 8 goblins. Is that better? Think you play land and play Piff. We got wait a turn and we got play Piff. Um, I think I'm on board with waiting a turn. Do we have a turn? We do have a turn, even if they have another Anthem effect in their hand. Then we do get one more draw step. Miscounted mana. I thought we were one off, is why I said that. Gotcha. Gotcha. So yeah, if that was the case, then we could have at least forced something off of this relic. So I assume this is like an Anthem effect. If they have an Anthem and then like flash in another Force of Virtue, we're just dead. Just missing everything today. I mean, it's Friday. Like, you're supposed to miss things on Friday. Alright, what do we got? Don't think Steam Vents is going to do it for us. Ugh, rough. Rough. But, happens. Don't have a yard next turn, so I don't think we're in better shape by waiting. I can definitely see that. All right, so that was a bit of a heartbreaker, that league. Um, let's see. I know everybody from Caleb's stream is going to hate me for this, but we do have to swap away from Storm. So I'm going to go trade in some cards, but we're going to have the list up here so you can see what we're trading into. Let's return these. So we are going to be playing Firum 0728's Mardu Death Shadow list. I'm really excited about this one. For those of you who are new to the channel, checking us out for the first time, we play a whole lot of Death Shadow on the channel. Let's get this trade over with. And Firum's list here, he just 5-0'd a couple days ago with it. Running Mardu because you get access to things like Ranger Captain of Eos to help you find your Death Shadows reliably. Since you're not running green, you get access to Stoneforge Mystic and the entire Swords lineup, which he's choosing only to run the Sword of Feast and Famine and the Sword of Fire and Ice. But we think that that's going to be pretty good. Let's see. And then he's also got cards like Kaya's Guile, Giver of Runes, Tide Hollow Sculler as extra bits of interaction, especially against like some of the fair matchups where Giver of Runes being able to allow protection to your creatures, Kaya's Gal being able to nuke a graveyard are extremely relevant. So we're just renting those cards, and then we'll be started momentarily. But if for everybody that has come over from Caleb's stream, if you would love to stick around, or if you would like to stick around and check out the Shadow League, we would absolutely love to have you hang out with us. Like, even though it's not Storm, I know it hurts. We do like to just have a good time hanging out, so you're always welcome. Don't think that you have to stop by only if we're playing Storm. But we're just swapping out some of these cards real quick, and then we'll be good to go. So some of the things I liked and didn't like about this Storm list. It's not Caleb's list, as everybody coming from over there can clearly tell. The list I looked at decided to run a lightning bolt, the pieces of the puzzle, and the fourth opt in the main over the 3 copies of sleight of hand. I'm not a huge fan of it, but the last league that I ran with Storm, I ran into Prowess like 4 times. So having access to Lightning Bolt was kind of on the top of my mind as something I was pretty appealed to. Um, in the sideboard, had a single copy of Echoing Truth, which was extremely nice this league. We got to Echoing Truth like a couple copies of Cinder Vines one game. I've been able to Echoing Truth, Leyline of Sanctity in the last league, as well as Echoing Truth, what was it? A double Goyf, no, a triple Goyf turn out of Jund. So I do like me some Echoing Truth. Other than that, the board is the same. It's just swapping out that Echoing Truth for the 4th Lightning Bolt since you're moving the Lightning Bolt to the main. But I did really miss the sleight of hands this league. And I think going forward, I will more than likely have sleight of hand in my list. Alright, so we got some shadow pieces coming over. Let's get these picked up. But I mean, Death Shadow is pretty similar to Storm. You can get up to like Storm count 2, maybe 3 some turns if you're really feeling crazy. Crazy and adventurous. But I can't wait to go over this list with everyone as soon as we shift everything over. We were messing around with it a little bit last night, and I'm going to make sure everything is the exact way that it was in the original list. All right. Why are we cutting out a whole bunch of cards? So let's grab Mardu, Modern. We'll put a Ralzeric on this one. Why not? All right. So, some fun things about this list. If you haven't gotten a chance to check it out yet, I'm pretty excited for it. First column, Fervent Champion. For those of you who don't know, and I wouldn't be shocked at all, especially if you haven't played a lot of Standard recently, Fervent Champion is a 1 mana 1/1 with first strike and haste. When it attacks, another target attacking knight gets +1/+0 until the end of the turn. There are no other knights in the deck. Ranger Captain is a human soldier. No other knights. Not the important part. The important part is this last line of text. Equip abilities you activate that target Fervent Champion cost 3 less to activate, meaning that your swords are free to equip to your Fervent Champion. So, late game, your opponent has removed your Stone Forge, they've killed off one of your creatures, you top deck a Ranger Captain. Now you get to Ranger Captain, go get Fervent Champion, put Fervent Champion into play, suit up both your Feast and Famine and Fire and Ice to it, attack with a hasty first striking 5/5 Fervent Champion, deal 2 to something, make them discard a card, untap your lands, draw a card. Whew, whew, super nice. It's also got cards like Kaya's Guile to help fight the graveyard decks with things like Uro, Kolaghan's Command for a little bit of that extra grind factor, Battle Rages for the potential lethal with a Death Shadow, and then cards like Angrath Rampage, Tide Hollow Scholar as additional disruption. In the sideboard, we get 2 copies of Burrington Forge Tender, fantastic in the prowess matchups, almost impossible for them to get off the board outside of like a block and stomp. Celestial Purge to deal with a lot of those cheap prowess creatures, great against things like Jund for Liliana the Veil, Blood Moon decks, any sort of mid-rangey or aggressive start. Surgical Extraction, help to fight Uro, help to fight combo decks. Collective Brutality, great against opposing Stone Forges. Prowess decks run Kozilek's Return, but sure, if they want to board in Kozilek's Return against our Death Shadow deck, we are a-okay with that. But I do appreciate that point. Um, so for those of you who are unsure, what Fey means is some of these prowess decks are running Kozilek's Return because it does count as a colorless spell instead of red. So cards that are against red, like Aether Gust, don't have an effect against Kozilek's Return. We've got four copies of Fulminator Mage for things like Tron, Amulet Titan, Eldrazi Tron. A copy of Goblin Rabble Master presents a very quick clock against control decks or any combo deck that might not be able to get it off the board. 2 copies of Damping Sphere for your combo decks, for your storm decks. Ironic, I know. Can be brought in against prowess, but not the greatest thing in the world. And then a copy of Wear and Tear. Great utility to deal with artifacts and enchantments alike. So we're pretty stoked to see how this one plays out. So let's go ahead and jump into our first game of Mardu Death Shadow. And if you're hanging out today and you're enjoying the commentary, enjoying the stream, enjoying the vibe, and just want to see more, we do have all of our VODs available, YouTube channel. Feel free to hit the follow button. It just lets you know whenever we go live. Doesn't cost you anything. You can even turn off your notifications, but it's just a nice way to be informed when things go live, and you'll be able to see like what we're playing for that day. Which reminds me, I need to update the Stream Decker. How dare nobody remind me to update that? Alright, so upload. Love to upload this one. And set as current. So if somebody gets a chance, well, let me just do it real quick. There we go. Mardu Shadow is up and running. Alright, so Doomwake has been playing a lot of black-red prowess recently. His hand's not fantastic against black-red prowess. This is not great, but a little bit better. did look like he is mulliganed a little bit. Mulliganing to 4. Ouch. But the black red prowess deck is extremely grindy and far more disruptive than people give it credit for. So I would not be surprised in the slightest if we have a game on our hands. Unless he's not playing prowess, and he might just be playing Gruul. Okay. Hmm. I was unprepared. I believe he's running a donation deck today. That makes sense, because this is not the start I would have expected out of prowess or anything similar. So we do have copies of Kolaghan's Command and Angrath's Rampage in the main deck. Um, so we do have plenty of outs to Chalice of the Void. That being said, we do need to draw them. Kaya's Guile can at least allow us to get a creature on the board if we need to. But we don't need to be super aggressive here. I'm pretty inclined to kind of slow roll this Kaya's Guile and wait for him to put something out on the board and then interact. But I don't know if this is like a deck that really wanted to just aggressively mulligan to Chalice of the Void, or what his general game plan is here. So I don't want to do anything too hasty. But Ranger Captain will allow us to set up for life post Chalice. So let's just get another Death Shadow. Again, we're just drawing to Angrath's Rampage. We're drawing to Kolaghan's Command. But we're also just going to start hitting him with a Ranger Captain. So that's not a non-zero amount of damage by any means. Things like Stoneforge would still be really good draws. It's ironic, we raided Doomwake like 3 days ago while he was playing in one of his preliminaries, and if he comes back and thanks us by beating us with a turn 1 Chalice, we're gonna have to go send a strongly worded letter of complaint to his management office. Alright. So if he does put a creature on the board, I'm pretty okay with Kaya's Guiling. So, do we want to... We can make him sack and then exile the Seasoned Pyromancer. I think I'm okay with that. Like, he doesn't get the cards that he exiles with, or that he discards with the Pyromancer. Um, but it does get the Pyromancer itself, so he can't just bring it back for tokens. Alright. Well, this Chalice is looking pretty good against our mono 1-drop hand. Little surprised he decided to go for the Pyromancer instead of just casting this Blood Moon. Well, that's a redraw. That's a spell we can technically cast. I don't want to crack this Marsh Flats because I want to wait until Hollow one. Huh. I want to wait until we find out if he's going to end up having a Blood Moon or something, because I might want to fetch up a basic. Rampage. Not a Rampage. Alright, well now we can fetch around Blood Moon. Yeah, Faye, I'm not really sure what's going on either. Like, we're at the moment just kind of locked out under Chalice. Sure. But we're not really sure what he's doing. Chancellor of the Tangle, Blood Moon, Hollow One, Spirit Guide, Seasoned Pyromancer. Like, I'd assume some kind of combo deck between Spirit Guide, Chancellor of the Tangle, but I honestly have no idea. Alright. Then again, if we can just find, like... Oh, the Ranger Captain's not bad. These are just bigger than what he has going on. And if he goes to double block, I'm not afraid to Battle Rage or Ranger Captain. Might be like a red-green value mid-range deck. Looks like the Guide and Chalice are mostly for turn 1 Chalice and Blood Moon. I just don't get how the Hollow one fits. That's fair. Like, I can get behind turn 1 Chalice and Blood Moon. Well, if we ever find an answer to this Chalice, we're going to have a whole bunch of 1-drops to cast. Bloodbraid, sure. Bloodbraid into hard cast Spirit Guide. Alright. So you're saying we've got ourselves a game of Magic. K-Command. Not a K-Command. Are we trading off a Bloodbraid for a Ranger Captain? Why not? Bloodbraid's not doing much for him. Ranger Captain's not doing too much for us. Vengevine. Okay. So, he's got to have some way to get, like, free creatures going. Right? Like, free creatures to get this, these Vengevines back. Like, I understand Hollow One getting to 1 mana or something can get back Vengevines. Sure. But I'm assuming there has to be something else involved here. Like Burning Inquiry or some way to discard a bunch of cards at once to get these Hollow Ones cheaper. Because you can't really rely on just like cycling Hollow Ones to see more Hollow Ones. Incinerate our Tide Hollow. Sure. Is this going to come down to our opponent just hard casting Chancellor of the Tangles? Which, I mean, if we don't find an Ingrath's Rampage or a K-Command, that could very well be enough to kill us. Huh. We seem to be at an impasse. Ooh. Goblin Lore seems likely. Maybe Burning Tree and Emissary. Yeah, both of those could be potential options. All right. What are we up against? If our opponent is relying on Chalice and Blood Moon, we can start by finding cards that are good against those things. Now, where do we want to go from there? We can reduce our dependency on 1 mana. That's an option. Don't think Kaya's Guile seems particularly good here. Bolt doesn't seem particularly good. We could bring in Fulminators just as something that we can cast through a Blood Moon. But that's another thing that's not really great. It's hard to come up with a distinct sideboarding plan without really knowing what your opponent's up to. Like if they are using the Chancellor and the Simian Spirit Guides just to get out Chalice and Blood Moon early, that's technically something. Alright, so this hand's pretty good. Assuming they don't have Leyline of Sanctity, which they very well could. But I don't think we can play around Leyline when we don't really know what we're playing around to begin with. Oh, can we update the stream title? That's something we are capable of doing midstream. Let's see. Channel. Well, let's start by playing our turn. Double Chalice. Alright, so if our opponent has got Double Chalice, let's take one of them and plan on Angrath's rampaging away the second one. Let's see. Stream title, stream title, stream title. I don't really know. Interesting. Alright, that does not allow us to play Angrath's Rampage, but it does allow us to play a Stoneforge Mystic. And that's a pretty good secondary. Alright, Feast and Famine or Fire and Ice. I think I'm more inclined for the Fire and Ice here. I think the game's more likely to be a little grindier. And I think being able to swing through things like just a hard cast Simian Spirit Guide are going to be relevant. Alright, land. Not a land. Now, do we want to just... Yeah, we want to just put in this fire and ice here. So our opponent has played Mountain, Stomping Ground, their other Chalice. They revealed Chancellor. So this could just be Hardcast Simian Spirit Guide, which would be fantastic for us. We get to put in a sword, untap, equip the sword, hit them for 3, kill the Spirit Guide, draw a card. Alright, so just Spirit Guide into Vengevine? Sure. Now, do you want to hit us with this Vengevine? They do not. Land. Not a land. So we could Tide Hollow and take something. Alternatively, we could strap up the Stone Forge and swing. And kind of whether they block something or not. Alright. Gonna Tide Hollow. Might just be like Chancellor and land, but at least get something out of hand. And then this turn, we got to decide if we want to trade off like Stoneforge for the Vengevine or not. Which I'm kind of inclined to. Is this just a Huntmaster or a Bloodbraid off the top? Oh, man. Nasty. Nasty. Alright, so now we really need that land to Angrath's Rampage away this Chalice. Alright. Step 1. So let's get Blood Crypt. Have you sacrifice an artifact. And we will play out a shadow. And pass. So next turn, we have a lethal shadow. If nothing happens between now and then. If we can draw like a fetch land, we can have a lethal shadow through a Vengevine block. By fetching, shocking, strapping up the sword on the Death Shadow, and then battle raging. So we'll see how this plays out. Alright, that's a start. Now, opponent, we can still strap up a Death Shadow through that. Alright, so what do we want to do? We can Fire and Ice the Shadow, swing. If they block, we just kill the Vengevine. If they don't block, we deal 9 to them, shoot. Or no, if they don't block, yeah, if they don't block, we deal 9 to them, shoot like the Bloodbraid. Is that our best line? Probably. Because it kind of says, like, we get a creature off the board either way. It just depends on if you want it to be a creature that you care about or a creature we care about. Because we would rather get the Vengevine off the board. But if you would like to keep the Vengevine on the board, then we'll get the Bloodbraid off. And if they don't block, it kind of means we have lethal next turn regardless of blockers. Alright. So opponent has opted to draw themselves into a Bloodbraid Elf to get this Vengevine back. Bash, bash, eh? So we could jump the Bloodbraid, take the 2, and then Shadows presenting 22 trample. Don't forget you won't be able to battle rage with that sword. That's true. That is very true. That is a solid point. So if that's the case, let's get the Bloodbraid off the board, and we'll take the 2 off the Pyromancer. Yeah, it is pro raid. Made that mistake once. Fair. Very fair. Alright, so we just didn't want to leave ourselves dead to a lightning bolt there. Alright, so we can attack, shoot the Spirit Guide, draw a card, move. Yeah, we'll move the sword to the Stone Forge. And then pass. So that way they can't just like bolt our Stone Forge. And then next turn we can Battle Rage the Shadow. We could move the sword to it after if we wanted to. Alright, so we get to go to game 3. Could have moved the sword and Battle Rage for lethal there. Yeah, we could have. Good point. Good point. Playing with swords in Stoneforge and Shadow is weird. Not gonna lie. Alright. What do we want to change up, if anything? Maybe we want the bolts just to have more things to play. Maybe Fulminator does get better. Like they're a low land count deck, and it looks like we could just like tag a couple lands and cheese them out that way. Maybe something like that. Eurocus, yeah, I mean, you're right. We missed the lethal there. It didn't end up mattering, but it's good to play tight. So you're absolutely correct. All right. This is spells and stuff. We don't care about a turn 1 chalice at the moment. We might later, but as of this particular moment, We don't care about the chalice. Doomwake has mulliganed to 5 with no turn 1 chalice. Well, let's try to relieve him of a potential chalice. Double Pyromancer Vengevine. Alright. We got some work cut out for us. So, turn 2. I'm just going to fetch for a basic, play this Stone Forge. Yeah, we'll get our basic swamp so that we can potentially play shadows later. Get a Sword of Fire and Ice. And then next turn we can play out our Fervent Champion, put the sword in off the Stone Forge, equip for free with the champion and swing. And then the turn after that we can Ranger Captain for a shadow, play a shadow. Seems alright. Alright, so opponent pitched Glorybringer Vengevine. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. So let's play Fervent Champion. Put in a Sword of Fire and Ice. Equip to the Fervent Champion for free. Attack. Shoot down the Pyromancer and draw a card. And say go. Just don't have Bloodbraid into a creature. They float mana and concede. I really hope he wasn't going for like undo and accidentally conceded there. Like, I don't know what he had in his hand, but it seemed like that was a way off of that match being over. Like, he could hit us down to 5, and then literally any creature could potentially be a lethal factor. We'd have to take 2 more off of Ranger Captain on our turn. So we'd go down to potentially 3. Agent, I was watching his stream too. He had lands. Alright. So it was an intentional concession there. That makes me feel a little bit better. I was going to feel terrible if he just like meant to keep playing and accidentally conceded. Alright, so starting off 1-0 with Mardu Death's Shadow. If anybody knows offhand if there's a way or how to change the stream title in the middle of a match or in the middle of a stream, feel free to share that information. Alright, so this hand doesn't really do anything. Ship it back. This isn't great, but it's better. What are we pitching? Kaya's Guile. It's definitely doable, but I don't know how. Yeah, I figured it was doable, but I as well am not sure what the method to the madness is. Alright, Amulet Titan. So, would have loved to have found a a red source there so we could Engrath's Rampage away this amulet. We'll take a Dryad. So their hand at the moment is not great. Then again, neither is ours. So we're both in a little bit of trouble. We do get to turn 3 just Ranger Captain, which is something. But we do still need some answers here. Alright, so Zeusa makes me think their last 2 cards outside of Dryad or... I guess they're not lands. Red Source. Let me K command. Never lucky. Alright, so let's play out Ranger Captain. We'll go get our good friend Death Shadow. Now if we find like a fetch land, we can fetch shock a red source, K command, kill the Azusa, blow up the amulet, play the Shadow. That's something. And I am a fan of somethings. So easy. So easy. Just tell the deck. Tell the deck what you want to draw. And the deck says, yeah, I got you. Easy. Alright. So is that our best line? Yeah. We could Fatal Push the Dryad, play the Shadow, Rampage the Amulet. No. No, we need to kill the Azusa, kill the Amulet. So, destroy an artifact, 2 damage here. And we will pro-green the Ranger Captain just to get a few points of damage here. And play out a Shadow. Like our opponent has missed their land drop to let them play Titan. So, alright. That seems like an early concession. I mean, we'll take it, but I can't imagine what was in their hand unless it was just like 3 bounce lands. But even then, you can at least like progress your mana by a couple. So I'm not entirely sure what that was all about. So, Surgical against the Titan deck is great. Fulminator against the Titan deck is pretty solid. Damping Sphere would be better if we... Or it's good for the bounce lands, which... If they're playing Amulet, they're playing bounce lands. So yeah, don't mind me rattling off useless things to myself. Kai's Gal is not the greatest. I kind of like this Rampage Fatal Push split. I don't want to go all in on one or the other since Rampage can tag amulets and Fatal Push can tag the creatures, so maybe cutting down more on fatal pushes is okay. And for my last slot, probably just Giver. It's either Giver or Fervent Champion. But I kind of like Fervent Champion. I envision a world this game where they get a Titan and a Field of the Dead going, and we get to just like Ranger Captain for a Fervent Champion, strap up 2 swords, swing at them, and yeah, just like 5 off the champion because they can't block it with Titan or zombies, and then shoot them for 2, untap all of our lands, draw a card. Yeah, seems dope. Alright, so this is a trap hand. This is a hand that's got Shadow Battle Rage, looks great, Stone Forge, Ranger Captain to go get a Shadow, but we're going to be dead before any of this matters. This Shadow is turn 3 at the earliest, um, and then it's nowhere near Battle Rage ready. This Stone Forge isn't doing anything until turn 3, and then all we're doing is putting in a Shadow and putting in some sword that we get off of it. But we're going to be so far behind at that point. This is way better. I think I'm going to bottom our basic swamp, but this is turn 1 Hand Disruption, turn 2, depending on what we see, turn 1, either more Hand Disruption or a Stone Forge. Turn 3, Fulminator, take out a land. Relic of Progenitus. Cool. So, opponent doesn't know. We couldn't care less about our graveyard. We're not going to tell them, but... Alright, so let's take an EE. And if we get to Fulminator away this Gruul Turf, whoo, we feel good. But yeah, we have got 0 graveyard synergies in our deck whatsoever. We've got no Tarmogoyfs, Traverses, no Unearths, no, I guess we got K Command, but I'm not really considering that graveyard synergy. Alright, Death Shadow's a good pickup. I kind of want to just play the Stone Forge, but I think the Tide Hollow's better because of the chance that they just drew like a Dryad or an Azusa here. Or a Tireless Tracker. That's a very strange sideboard choice by OP. I agree. Um, I understand the relics if you like see grave cards for sure. Understand that, no problem. Oh, please give us our 3rd land here. Ooh. Opponent, I'm sorry. What I was saying is I completely understand K Command if your opponent just like um, shows bunch of K commands game 1. Or I understand Relic if your opponent shows a bunch of K commands game 1. And I get that we showed a K command. But like I don't think you can really just assume that Mardu's got a bunch of grave synergies going on. Alright, opponent. I apologize. Apologize to your ancestors for this one. That Fulminator there was kind of the rough equivalent of a double time walk. I play Amulet, and even if you showed me 4K commands, I wouldn't bring in relics. I agree. You are You are not speaking gibberish here. I understand completely. I think I'm just gonna take the pact. Like they're a ways off of this Garen Brig. Am I taking the pact? Yeah, I'm taking the pact. So let's play Stoneforge. Yes, we will go and get Feast and Famine for two reasons. One, we can make them start discarding cards next turn, which is great. And two, if they do get like a Titan or get to Titan and get to Field of the Dead, then Feast and Famine just lets us swing through all that with a Shadow. So we hit them with a Shadow next turn. They go down to less than 10. Yeah. Okay. So win game 2 against Amulet Titan, or win match 2 against Amulet Titan. So we get to go to match 3 up the illustrious 2-0 route. I wonder what we're going to see now. So far today we've seen things like Jeskai Control with Geist of Saint Traft. We've seen Sultai, Splendid Reclamation, Uro. Yes, I mean Splendid Reclamation. The 4-mana sorcery that gets back all of your lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I do not mean Wilderness Reclamation. Um, just specifying there in case anybody was like, oh my god, he means Wilderness Reclamation. That idiot. Oh. Deck feels solid. No hunting for threats needed. I agree. We have had a pretty steady influx of threats. So I'm going to ship this because the second Ranger Captain basically means this is a mold to 6 anyway. And I think out of a mold to 6, we could do better than one land, no shadow online for a while. Alright, so this is way better. We can just ship a bolt. And now we can safely Inquisition our way into their hearts. What is our opponent on? Ooh, we get a mirror. It's a Mardu mirror too. Nice. Alright. This is sweet. Our hand's not great for the mirror, but we'll see what happens. Alright, it's not the mirror. Is it like 4 color with... Oh, please play a turn 1 shadow. Please play a turn 1 shadow. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright. Sacred Foundry. Bolt the Shadow. So there's no way you have 4th Street Wraith in hand. Alright. 2 shadows down. Bench, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon. Got here just in time to see some Mardu Shadow. Alright, let's Stoneforge. Get a Sword of Feast and Famine. Play out a land and say go. Alright, so this looks like it's just Jun Shadow. Maybe choosing to diversify their fetches, which is fine. fine to an extent, because things like marsh flats not being able to get stomping ground is a little awkward, but maybe they just don't have verdant catacombs. Alright, so we have shown them no indication yet that we are a shadow deck. But if they do just have a battle rage here, we're a little dead. But let's keep our fingers crossed. No battle rage, no battle rage, no battle rage. Opponents never had a battle rage in their life. Alright. Something, something, something. There's a chance. Here's a shadow. Here's a shadow that you can't fatal push unless you have it right now. Nice. Alright, who thought that was going to work? Not me. Not me at all. I had zero faith that that shadow was going to live through that equip. Alright, Shadow Mirror. What do we want? Let's bring in a whole slew of Fulminator mages. Let's bring in a Rabble Master. Let's not bring in a Rabble Master. Bring in a Celestial Purge. Not really a whole lot of options here for the mirror. We might bring in Plague Engineer. I don't love it in the mirror, but we might just have enough things that we want to cut. So these are things that we're looking at. Let's start taking apart things that I know I don't want in the deck. No, not that. Bolts. Bolts, go away. Do we want to just go like that? Yeah, I think I'm good with that. Alright. Boom indeed. That was probably the dopest boom. Dopest boom we've had in a second. Let's see. So, oh, is this it? Yes. I found out how to change the stream title. So, modern Mardu Death Shadow. Testing. 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 Yeah. Alright. Stream title has been updated. Alright. Not a great hand in the mirror. We don't have black mana. We're not casting anything. If we drew the second land off the top, this would be pretty great. But I think we're going to ship it. Alright, this is good. We could bottom the fire and ice. Just kind of say that if we draw Stoneforge, we can go get it. But if they take our fire and ice, then basically like 2 of our 3 Stoneforges are now dead. Alright, what do we got? Ranger Captain's a really good draw. Ugh, I don't want to draw you. I want to Stoneforge for you. opponent's scared of this path to exile we clearly don't have. You got it. What piece of 3-mana technology would you like to take? It's really bad that we drew our Feast and Famine here, because if we could have found that late, it kind of says they can't win if they don't deal with the Feast and Famine itself. So they took our Ranger Captain, which is understandable. Alright, so I am going to play out this this Fervent Champion and hit them for 1. I know, it gets them closer to a Shadow, but next turn we can play out our Feast and Famine and equip it for free. Or they're rude and just decide to kill our Fervent Champion. Perhaps that was enough of a reason to wait, but too late. What's done is done. Gotta live in the now. Can't live in the past. Alright, what do we got? Battle Rage. Probably could have afforded to take out the Battle Rages. Honestly, forgot they were in the deck at all. Alright, here's a Fulminator Mage. What you got? So Fulminator's great here because I don't have to do anything with it. I can just sit around and let my opponent make plays. Then whenever they're ready to kill it, then we can make a move. Tarmogoyf, you got it. What do we got? Alright, let's play out our Feast and Famine. Tapped Blood Crypt. This way, if they don't deal with our Feast and Famine, we might be able to next turn just like play Plague Engineer, strap it up with a Feast and Famine, and then Tarmogoyf can just never get in. What do we have coming off the top opponent? Is it good? Does it win us the game? Is it a Ranger Captain? I wouldn't mind a Ranger Captain. Maybe it's double Ranger Captain. What's the other one? Ranger Captain, and then is it just Ranger of Eos? The 4-mana one that goes and gets 2 1/1s. We blocking and sacking. No. We're just saying if they got Battle Rage, we die to Battle Rage. Sure. I'm okay. I'm okay saying that one. Alright. Do we think they have an answer to a Fulminator Mage? What you got? You don't have it? You've never had it? Never in your life have you had the answer. Alright, this one time they had the answer. Why are you doing 2 to our Fulminator? Like, you could have just made us discard or something. Alright. Here's a Plague Engineer. We will name... what? We don't really care about naming Lurgoyf. What's something off the wall we can name? How about Kraken? Here's our plague engineer naming Kraken. Could have also gone with Leviathan. Uh, Rebel. Rebel's a popular one. Um, what else? Just Gorglan, sure. What are some other great creature types we could have named? Encore. Um, Cleric. Cleric's a popular one. Should have named whatever Swift Spear is. See, that would have been the smart, we think we have a shot here play, but I think we were in the garbage time, don't expect this to particularly matter play. But in an actual competitive situation, yes, you're absolutely correct. Naming human for Swift Spear and Soul Scar would be really good. You could name Avatar for Shadow, but probably not that relevant. You could name whatever Luris is. Um, let's be on the draw. I'm feeling it. So, yes, absolutely. If you're in a competitive event and you don't think it's just absolute garbage time, name an actual card type. Name something relevant to the game. So, thank you for clarifying that. So we had a moment to discuss it. So I chose the draw because in these shadow mirrors, it's typically just like a resource slugfest, and having that extra card from being on the draw can be extremely relevant. And it gets us a little bit closer to finding a land. Ooh. Goyf and Luris and K Command. Not too shabby. Alright, so we're going to get rid of the Goyf so they can't do anything until like turn 3. Um, then if we find another hand disruption spell here, we can take the Luris or the K Command. If we don't, we can wait out with this Fatal Push. What did we get? Ooh, Marsh Flats is good. Alright, so we'll just play Marsh Flats Pass. If our opponent wants to play like Luris Bobble, we can fetch up, push the Luris. If they want to play Plague Engineer, we can just say, yeah, you got a Plague Engineer. Opponent choosing not to cast anything. Not sure about that one. Because now we get to Fulminator. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure, he's going to K command in step. That's fine. I feel like actually playing something out would be better. So he wants us to discard. We'll discard a Shadow, since we have a backup and a Ranger Captain to get one. And we'll just go ahead and take out this Overgrown Tomb now. All right. So Thoughtseize plus Goif. Which of our fine magical cards would you like to take? If this is Thoughtseize and Goif, we get to go Shadow and Stoneforge. Go get a Sword of probably Feast and Famine. If it's so, let's see. If they take Shadow, we can Ranger Captain, go get another Shadow. If they take Stoneforge, we're probably Ranger Captaining. If they take Push, we get to Stoneforge plus Shadow. If they take Ranger Captain, we can Stoneforge plus Shadow. Any of those seem pretty alright. Best cards, 1-for-1 and 2-for-1 in hand. Right. Like, you could take the 1-for-1 like the Push and the Shadow, and then just let us have the 2-for-1s, or you could... Alright, so take Ranger Captain, which means we get to Death Shadow plus Stoneforge on our turn. Huh. Alright, so let's Stoneforge. We will go and get a Sword of Feast and Famine. Play out a Shadow. Say go. That's an aggressive attack. Got it. Another Goif. So your last card has to be an answer to the Shadow, or you die. So we can Fatal Push. If they have Fatal Push or Veil of Summer, they get to kill our Shadow. And then we just have another Shadow. So let's go with that. Has to be Veil or Push. Alright, so that waiting to make an action makes me pretty confident it's a push. Yeah. So now I'll just play out my second Shadow. Say go. We'll hit with the Stoneforge. Yeah. I'm not blocking with it, so why not? And then we just need fourth land to be able to put in Sword of Feast and Famine and equip. We know 2 of the 3 cards in their hand. We're also just kind of getting to the point where if they don't do anything, we can put in the sword and equip it to our Stoneforge if we want. Alright, you got Aluris. Show me the land. All right. Let's try to do the thing. Do you have an answer? It's your last card off the top of Fatal Push. That's not Fatal Push, mana. Dismember doesn't do it. Woo. Alright. Prove to 3-0. Crack fetch and concede. That would have been a pretty good one. I always wonder, because, like, when your opponent goes to crack a fetch like that, there's a couple thoughts that always go through your head. Thought number one is, alright, they've got the answer. And in that case, nothing you can do about it. Like, they just had it. The second thought is, are they trying to bait a concession from me? Like, are they fetching? And so I think they have the answer, so that I just go hit concede at that moment, and there's nothing we can do about it, and move on with our lives. Um, and you never really have a strong idea as to which one it is. Let's see. Faye maybe needed to fetch a land that wasn't in the deck. I don't know what land they would possibly need that wasn't in the deck. Unless their last card was a lightning bolt and they didn't have another red source to fetch. That could have been it. Maybe. If that's the case, then I'm going to say Fulminator won us that game. Because that kept them off that extra land. But it would make sense that they weren't running a basic mountain. Ugh, lands. Lands for days. Alright, so let's go. Fetch. Shock in a Blood Crypt. Inquisition. Take a Dryad. Alright, at the present moment, opponent's hand is not great. We'll see how that changes, but at the moment, not great. Playing Valakut indicates they did not draw a 3-drop off the top since they did have Gruul Turf in hand. Let's get down our Giver of Runes. I do that too sometimes. I mean, I would never be mad at my opponent doing that. So don't get me wrong there. Don't think I'm like saying, oh my god, our opponent tried to troll us. Yes, Vestige does make 2 mana as well. So good call there. Alright, how do we want to sequence this? So this is going to be like a turn 5 kill. I want to get these silent clearings in because I want them pinging me every turn. So that's going to add up to more damage in the long run. Not going to activate this Giver of Runes just in case we need to do something like protect a shadow from a dismember or something crazy. But we might be able to set up a potential like Giver protection from black to get away from some zombies if they get a Titan, and then Battle Rage a swords up shadow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Step 1 is get shadow down. Step 2 is figure out how to win now that you've got shadow down. We're still on step 1. We've got a long way to go on the shadow learning curve. Pact. You got it. Pact for an arboreal grazer. Not not in the top 10% of things I would ever expect an opponent to pact for. Does this mean they can just Titan this turn? Yeah. That's fair enough. Alright. Might have our work cut out for us. Alternatively, if opponent chooses to haste up this Titan, there's a chance that they could just put themselves in a position to be dead to a Battle Rage on the crackback. So if we go 6 off this, go to 6, 4, 2. We're still off. If we find a fetch land off the top, we have lethal. Alright, so we're not blocking. Fetch land one time. That is so close. Um, hmm. We do not have lethal because, or we don't have lethal if our opponent blocks correctly. I should say it that way. If our opponent puts both the grazer and the zombies, well, we can't go to 1. We can only go to 2. We can go down to 4 off of Shockland and then down to 2 off of our 2 silent clearings. But we can't go to 1. So if we attack with our shadow and our opponent blocks with the grazer and the zombies, Am I miscounting here? Shock and 2 life from Canopy puts us down to 2. That's 22 trample. All right. We've got 4 different. Uh, yeah, we've got 4 different things being said. First, we do not have 24 damage. We can shock down to 4, shadows a 9/9. Our 2 clearings get us down to 2, shadows an 11/11. We only have 22 damage. Um, if we attack and they block and then we give protection, we're still blocked. We still have to deal damage to those creatures. We just don't get to have them deal damage back to us. What else? If we give Pro Black, they still have blocker with the Grazer. If we give Pro Green, they still have blockers with the zombies. Putting them to 1 doesn't do anything. We could, like, our out would be attacking with the shadow and have them block with 1 zombie. Uh, there's a Sacred Foundry in the deck. Yeah, we're absolutely dead on their turn, so, like, we have to do something now. If we crack into a fetch, we win. No, we're not. We're not winning off a crack to a fetch because we're only taking 1 off of the silent clearings instead of 2. Draw Wraith. So we go down to, yeah. All right. Draw Wraith is our out. It's not a Wraith. So we will say Pro what? Pro Black, sure. Yep, no reason for our opponent not to block there. Alright. Yeah, if we had a fetch land, they were dead, but we drew the silent clearing. And because we couldn't get down to 1 life, we couldn't kill them with the shadow in the battle rage. I'm shocked that, like, that turn was what got the biggest rise out of chat all day. Like, no, no, you're killing him. No, he's short. No, he's lethal. No, he's not. Like, it's kind of funny. All right, so Kai's Gal we don't care about. Rampage is eh. Trying to think about how we shaved and cut around earlier. Alright. Clearly punished for not attacking with Giver earlier. Fair enough. Fair enough. No, it's no my bad for anybody. Like, it was a lot to think about that line. And it's so awesome that we've got so many people in chat that are clearly invested in the play and making sure we find the right line. Felt so close that it could not be a win. Let's see, that one extra damage from the fetch in the first 2 turns will come back to hurt you later. When did we lose a point off a fetch? I'll have to go back and look at the replay of that one. Ugh. Nope. Need things. Alright. These are spells and stuff. So we got turn 1 Inquisition, turn 2 Shadow, turn 3 start hitting in the face. Let's see. Maybe we get other punish like Dismember. Maybe. I mean, there's no way to know what situation would come up. It was tongue in cheek. Yeah, like I wouldn't have expected my opponent to Summoner's Pact for an Arboreal Grazer there. And even if they did, I wouldn't think about it mattering when we've got Battle Rage and Giver of Runes. Alright, so we're keeping this. Pitch a land. Let's get a Godless Shrine. Cycle Wraith. Tide Hollow's a nice pickup. To explore. Alright. So that means I'm more than likely just going to Tide Hollow next turn and take a take the other Explore. Like I could take a Titan, but they've just got backup Titan, so that doesn't seem too great. I could play Shadow, but they're kind of a ways off. I just want to get all of their early plays out of the way, swing tempo. Let's see. Could have held. If it was me, I would try to smash, block Titan, take 4. Yeah, like there's really not a great line anywhere in there. Alright, well, Inquisition, just in case our opponent drew like a Summoner's Pact or something. Get another Godless Shrine. Play out our Shadow. Alright, so opponent has got these cards plus an unknown that they have drawn for turn. But opponent would have just Valakut or something spicy. Yes, this one is just a race for sure. Alright, that's a Titan answered. So they're dead in 2 turns. They don't currently have a Garen Brig, so we don't have to worry about a turn 5 Titan. Those fountains will probably come back to bite you. Would you call it the amazing race? No, I wouldn't. I'd call it the terrible race. Let's see. Those fountains will probably come back to bite you. It's possible, but I mean, like we can't do anything about the Radiant Fountains, so we're just going to... Alright, so opponent has decided to scoop it up, which is kind of surprising since they have Castle Garenbrig in their deck. But I mean, any way to lose life from our part just kills them on our turn. So, what do I know? My favorite races are against Adnals when they lay lines, you fetch shock Thoughtseize yourself. Those are fantastic games. When your opponent's just like, cool, you can't Thoughtseize me, and you're like, alright, well I can Thoughtseize my own Inquisition out of my hand, and Wraith, and now I've got a Bauble, Fetchland, Delirium. First place for now. We've still got a whopping game 3. Are we keeping on the power of Damping Sphere? We've got down to 14 here, so we can't play our Shadow unless we draw another, like, fetch land. Ranger Captain's dead if we don't draw 2 white sources. Alright, first person in chat that chimes in, keep or mole. I'm leaning towards keep, but I will never claim to be the best player in the world. So, first person who makes an opinion, that's what we're doing. Take the blame off of me when this goes horribly, horribly awry. I'm just going to sit here and look at chat until somebody gives me a suggestion. This is a community effort. Don't make me be the one to bear the flag. Not the best player, just a tribute. Alright, we're keeping. Nobody said anything, but y'all were taking too long, and I only have 14 and a half minutes on the clock. Alright, El Beardo says keep, so we keep. Hey, that's a turn 2 Shadow. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and fetch Shaka, or a Godless Shrine here. That's double Shadow on turn 2. To be fair, you'll never time out in this matchup. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're absolutely right. Oh, what do we want to take? They're going to make a bunch of mana, but we don't really care if they're making a bunch of mana. We've got Damping Sphere to slow down the mana. So I think we're just going to take this Dryad because of this thing. I'd keep and say fuck it. I agree. Fuck it. Should have Thoughtseize the Titan. Why'd y'all let me Thoughtseize anything else? What's wrong with y'all? So their hand is Azusa. Let's see. So we could Damping Sphere. So this just makes 1 mana. And they can't Azusa next turn. We could play out double Shadow. I kind of like just Damping Sphere here. Play both Shadows. YOLO, right? I guess this is much higher upside if we just draw into another fetch land. Let's see. They can only Azusa next turn. I mean, only Azusa is still Azusing, right? Like, It's not like, oh, they can only Azusa. Like, that's still a pretty big deal. What is your opinion on the new removal spell which costs you life but can destroy enchantments? So, my hot take is this. I think the card is cool. Don't get me wrong. It's an interesting card to see in uh, the black spectrum of the color pie. If you're playing Grixis, um, you don't really care about it. Um, all right, so what are we doing here? Our opponent only played one land off of the Azusa, which could very well imply that they don't have another land. We could surgical the Dryads and play Damping Sphere. And attack for 8. And then if we draw a fetch land next turn, we can fetch, shock, rampage away the Azusa, and have lethal. Yeah, I think I'm down with that. So let's make sure. Surgical, Dryad, pay 2 life. Did it not give me... Did I just like click through the prompt on the graveyard? Because I didn't even see it. Like I was trying to move their hand out of the way. Whoops. Alright, we'll see if it ends up coming back to bite us. I guess technically this is probably correct. Because if they draw into another Dryad, that's good for us. So is this tracker plus land? Tracker no land. Okay. Okay. Oh, baby. I'm trying out Guttural Response and haven't seen any blue text. Feels bad. So, Guttural Response is one of my favorite cards that has ever been printed in the history of Magic. For those of you who are unaware, it is a 1 green-red hybrid that says you can counter a blue instant spell. So it's like a Gruul Dispel. It's pretty sweet. Hits Aether Gust, which is why I'm playing it over Veil. I could see that. That's a pretty dope reason. They hit a Dryad. Do it, opponent. Play your Dryad. It's not a Dryad. Alright. You get a clue. What you gonna do with that clue? Getting a clue and an Azusa. Alright. Well, this is getting you no closer to a Titan. And we get to blow up one of these with Fulminator. And you are on double chump block duty. But yes, you do have a lot of clues. Kill spell. Not a kill spell. Alright, so let's tack in. Opponent has to chump on each. Sure. Then we will show them Fulminator Mage. And is there any reason to hit one of these over another? So I think we hit a bounce land in case they have some 1-mana way to get Damping Sphere off the board. Then they can't follow up with a Titan. Velka does nothing unless they get Dryad, right? Why am I not surprised? Alright, give us a white source deck. White source. White source, not white card. Let's take a pact. 2-turn clock with a Fulman, or with a Tide Hollow Sculler. EE Brutal. I mean, that's the name of this stream. Like, what could our opponent draw here that would just really wreck our world? Oh, the thing that they drew. Yeah. Who's ready to battle rage a Tide Hollow Sculler? 2 turns. No. No, opponent is dead now. Opponent is not living to their upkeep. Get out of here with 2 turns. Alright, 4-0 going for 5-0. Let's see what we get. Best win ever indeed. I will absolutely take Teamer Battle Raging a Tide Hollow Sculler. Let's see if I can find them. Alright, who's ready for... Yeah. Yeah, this is Tide Hollow Scullers. Oh, wait. What's that? They're all matching signatures. This is really tough. Yeah. Boom. I was prepared for this day. Let's see. 4-0 with Mardu. I know. I'm shocked as well, bench. I never thought I'd see the day. Really killing it. We're just getting lucky. We are absolutely getting some fortunate top decks. And this Mardu list is pretty sweet. It's not my list. It's let's see, I've got it pulled up here. Somewhere. It's Ferrum 0728's list. He or she or they 5-0'd with it 3 times in the last like month. So I'm really wanting to see how it performs based on that. And so far it's been fun. Makes me believe that Shadow is still playable. Shadow is always playable. Just got to find a variation that works for that meta game. Just sold your paper caps. I sold mine a while ago. Like, I played Mardu Shadow during Hogak Summer, and as soon as Hogak got banned, I took everything that I owned that was Mardu and sold it off. I was just like, oh, I'm never coming back to Mardu. Like, why would I want to play Mardu? I can play Grixis and 4-color. Oko was legal. Alright, so this hand doesn't have a threat, so we're going to ship it. This hand has got Stoneforge Mystic, so we're going to keep it. Bottom this 3rd land. Yeah, me too. Best result I had in an LGS. Just lost to Neobrand. Ugh, Neobrand. Alright. We get him. I'm guessing this is like black-white trade binder. It's usually kind of what I expect off of Concealed Courtyard. Could also be like a taxes variant, like black-white taxes. I remember the Discord trying to brew a Shadow Stoneforge Mystic deck. So, you might get to see the reason that this card is in the deck. So, I'm going to get a Sacred Foundry here, which is kind of like the steam vents of this Mardu deck that as I've noticed. Like, you don't really want it, but every now and then you have a hand where you're like, hey, I'm glad that I've got a Sacred Foundry in the deck. I see a courtyard, I die a bit inside. I'm right there with you. Like, I cry every time I see Concealed Courtyard because it typically just means like Paths, Pushes, Liliana the Veil, Lingering Souls, Kaya's Guile. Like, just things I don't want to see in a game of Magic. So who wants to take a guess as to how many of those cards I just named are in their hand right now? Kaya's Guile, Fatal Push, Path, Lingering Souls, Liliana the Veil. Is there anything else? Those. One Path. Alright, we've got our first bet. 2. Pegged. 100% called it. Ugh. Rough. Black-white trade binder is going to come and try to ruin our 5-0. Ah. So, really? Okay. They just like draw into a path or push. I'm gonna get a plane so that any third land lets me cast this Ranger Captain. Why do they always draw the push? What do I do to deserve these things? So their hand is Lingering Souls, Godless Shrine. Alright, well we can cast that one, so we're going to. Let's get a Sword of Fire and Ice. Neither one seems particularly good, but this one can potentially kill off flyers. Alright. Alright. It was fun while it lasted. If this is anything like Spike's stream earlier, we should be prepared to be crushed by the least meta deck available. Every single time I register for an event of Magic, I am ready to be crushed by the least meta deck available. Like, reliably. Alright. We're not sacking this Ranger Captain, because we don't want to just be dead to the board. And they top deck a Sword of Fire and Ice. Okay. Okay. Maybe at one point years ago, way back in yesteryear, we had a chance this game. But it's been a minute. Well, at the very least, we can blow up a sword, or whatever sword equips to. So maybe that means there's a tiny little chance. Alright. Just attack all out. You know you want to. Maybe we accidentally registered Plague Engineer in the main deck. And we draw that this turn. Maybe there's a white color shifted Battle Rage we didn't know about. He lost the 5-0 to Red White Angels. Oh, baby. Talk about a spicy something. Alright, yes, we can attack both. It at least forces the chump here. Technically, if we had another fatal push here, we could have lethal. But I'm pretty sure opponent knows about our Thoughtseize, so they know that's not the case. Alright. We'll make them show us that they're willing to attack. Alright. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they knew about the Thoughtseize from that Inquisition when they took our sword. But honestly, that game ended up a lot closer than I thought it was going to. So we want Celestial Purge, Plague Engineer, better cards. Brutality's not terrible. Rabble Master is just another threat. Fulminator, potentially, if we just want something we can sack to a Liliana. Things we don't want. Battle Rage. Shave a little bit of hand disruption. Shave a removal spell. Don't board in a couple of these. Alright. Alright. Time to shine Plague Engineer. I'm hoping so. Plague Engineer here, picking off some spirits would be very key. No Unearth is interesting, especially with 4 Fulminators. So it was not my choice. We're literally playing this list card for card. So we're interested to see how it goes. Steven, let's see. Hey, how's the stream been today? It's been good. We played a league with Storm first. It went horribly. Absolutely atrocious. But so be it. It happened. It's over with. And then we've been playing this league with Mardu Shadow. We're currently 4-0, going for the 5-0. Game 2 against Black White Tradebinder. So it's not looking good for us. They won game 1 pretty handily. Alright. So we got threats. We can kill something eventually or something. This hand is pretty lit. Don't do it, opponent. Don't do it. No, no, no. Take it back. Put it back over here. Back in your hand. You can't have it. Uh, Kaya's Guile. Alright, so I'm playing out this Silent Clearing, because if I don't, I can't play a Shadow next turn. If I choose to play a Shadow, I might just play a Rabble Master. I don't know. I'm feeling crazy right now. Alright. Get that over with. Take our Rabble Master. Opponent. Why you gotta be so rude? Oh, are we playing a Shadow into Liliana? No, right? Like, there's just so many things like Liliana, Kaya that they untap with, and we just get no value from it. At least if they play a Liliana here and tick up, we could discard something we don't care about as much and like use this Kaya's Guile. How the hell these decks get to the 4-0 spot? I think it's sort of random, but I think there's an element of bracket-ish ology to it as well. Don't really know how to explain it. Like, I think you get paired up with people that have a close record most of the time. So let's see. Create a 1/1 spirit. Exile all cards from each opponent's graveyard. Create a 1/1 black and white spirit token with flying. So let's get this Lingering Souls out. We'll make a 1/1. Oh, that's a really good one. So attack Liliana. Cast a Ranger Captain of Eos. We're just going to get Death Shadows. Like, we could get like a Giver of Runes here and try to protect this next Shadow, but I think we just need to get threats. Hex Drink. I would love to get a Hex Parasite here, but alas, we do not have one in this list. You can have our Spirit Token. Alright. We got some redraws. We have the ability to get Liliana off the board. Something, 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 there's a chance. K-Command. It's not quite K-Command, but it's not bad. Interesting. So, we can Tide Hollow. Let's attack first. We'll attack one at Liliana, one at them. Because if they block the Liliana with the Stoneforge, it means they're not playing Batterskull next turn. And if they don't block, we get to kill the Liliana, Tide Hollow the Batterskull. Alright. Okay. So let's get rid of the Liliana. We can Celestial Purge the Germ token if they decide to put in a Batter Skull. And that's actually just lethal. Oh my god, did we just steal a game off of this deck? Sack Captain on their turn? No, we need this Captain alive. We need him doing work. Alright, so we attack with the team. They put in Batter Skull. We let the living weapon trigger resolve. And then we Celestial Purge the Germ, paying life off of our Silent Clearing. Haha! Huzzah! We get to go to a game 3. Alright. All the proverbial marbles. Game 3, Black-White Trade Binder. For those of you who have been hanging around the channel since day 1, you can probably think of several times where I have said the phrase, if we 5-0 this league with this, I expect some people watching the stream right now to hit the follow button. Bring in surgical for their threats. That's the big brain play. They can't draw threats if there's no threats left in their deck. Is there anything that we want to change up? Like surgical to be able to hit lingering souls wouldn't be the worst, but I don't think it's good enough. Alright. Fingers crossed. Need all the positive energy. It's not that I really want Fulminator, it's that I think Fulminator is better than a lot of the other options that we have in the deck. So, I'm not saying like, oh my god, Fulminator's great, because if I was, I'd be playing more than one copy of it post-board. But there were so many things that I wanted to get out that Fulminator just kind of made its way in. Alright, let's go get a Godless Shrine. Cycle. Alright. Something, something, chance. Hmm. Huh. So we can take the paths and hope this shadow can just get in under Liliana. We could take the Lilianas and just trust that they're gonna kill the kill our stuff eventually anyway. We could take the Stoneforge Mystic. Alright. YOLO. We do have Guile to punk a Lily Edict. Guarantee they top decked a stone forge. Alright, it's not a stone forge, but you know you want to take it. Really? I was not expecting take Kaya's Guile there. So we could start working on paths here, or start working on Liliana's, I mean. Like if we take a Lily and they path a Giver, then they ramp us into Stone or into Plague Engineer plus Shadow. Or we can just say we hope they don't take yeah, Lily's just better in the long run. God. How did I get this matchup? Wrong color. There we go. So seizing Lily doesn't force him to discard Path because he doesn't have to activate Lily. Like he can just save the Edict. Obviously he gets more value if he activates Lily, but he doesn't just have to. Alright, so what's our best draw here? Not even sure. Yeah, Colgan's command probably would have been the best draw. So we play Shadow. Plan on Fatal pushing the Tide Hollow. Uh, so now, do they want to tick up Lily to make us discard their path and our last card? All right. So now best cards by a mile are either Colgan's Command or Ranger Captain. Either one of those would be lights out right here. It's not quite Colgan's Command or Ranger Captain. Is this just like a Stone Forge? Yep. Yep. Feast and famine, sure. Alright. Ranger Captain. Okay, Command. Well, that at least gets rid of Lily. What game are we at? We're game 3. Not fair. We draw a land, opponent draws a Stoneforge Mystic. I mean, that's kind of how Magic goes. We can't always draw the great cards. We're probably pretty dead. I guess opponent could choose not to edict us. It's worth a try. Alright, so what do we got? K command? Stoneforge of our own. Interesting. Like, they just get to make us discard this. So we'll get a Feast of Famine of our own because we'd rather discard it than Fire and Ice. Now, you know our deck doesn't believe in giving us actual spells. I'll protect this this Feast and Famine. I can play it out next turn. Okay. I guess that does stop Ranger Captain. Alright. What you got? We have tried. It's not over yet. I don't know quite what we would draw to get out of it, but we can at least see another draw. Yeah. This is a fitting into this league. What a tease indeed. Let's see. Hey ho Dito, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon wherever you're at in the world, or evening, or morning, or whatever time it is there. So, do we want to play a third league, another league with Mardu Shadow? Like, I got nothing to do, so if we want to run through another one, I'm fine with it. We can crack some chests and then run through another one. I thought that was kind of fun, that Mardu Shadow list. What do we got? What is this? Everquill Phoenix. Whenever this creature mutates, create a red artifact token named Feather with pay 1, sack Feather, return target Phoenix card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's something. It's a magic card. Heading to sleep. Good night, Pedro. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. Let's see. 4 color or Grixis, please. We could do Grixis. I'd be okay with that. Ooh, Fancy Azu said it's probably worth like absolutely nothing now. Wind Reaver. And Chimeric Staff. Alright, so we want to do Grixis. We're going to have to hang out for a second during a delay while I swap out cards if that's the case. But now that I figured out how to change the name of the stream, haha. Good old faithful Grixis, exactly. Sometimes you just need to go back to your roots. Like I've had all of my best tournament success with Grixis, so from time to time it's just right to go that route. Alright, so let's get the cards we want for Grixis. I really got to remember to save an updated list. So I got some funky stuff in my default list of Grixis that shows up on Mana Traders. Let's see. So I wasn't going to run the plating. Run another damping sphere. I have no idea where my main deck went to. Alright, let's see. So clear you out. Upload. Grixis. Let's return the cards that we are currently renting. For those of you who do not have a Mana Traders subscription, I think it is probably the most awesome thing I have ever done. Someone know what version of Shadow has more final wins? Yeah, definitely Grixis. Like, Mardu won one during Hogak Summer, but only one. Grixis has won several. Four color, did four color win one in 2018? I know Grixis won twice in 19, two opens. Might have even been like an open and a GP. All right. So we wanted to add you. What else? Wanted to take you away. Can't remember what the exact counts on my last list were. Just give me 1 second. Just trying to figure out what I want the last few spots. Yeah, last few spots to be. So let's go here, get that, and rent. All right. So that is renting. So we'll have those coming in a second. Grixis is also the oldest version. Grixis is the oldest, the original. Well, Grixis is the oldest Death Shadow specific, uh, or centered around Death Shadow deck. There were zoo decks that were running like Jund 4-color, 5-color that ran Death Shadow before Grixis Shadow became a thing. Um, they were ones running things like um, those cards from Alara. There's like the 2 damage equal, or 2 mana deal damage equal to the number of basic land types. And there was a green instant that was like give +X where X was the basic domain. That was the mechanic, right? Um, like pump things equal to the number of basic land types that you're playing, and you just run like Death Shadows, um, Wild Nicodles, Goblin Guides, stuff like that, and pump them up insanely high. And a lot of those lists were running things like Battle Rage as well. All right, so let's import you. Give you that, sure. All right, so we need to update the collection. Why are we not wanting to update? There we go. Update. Aha. Alright. So things I did want to change. I wanted to put the 4th push in for the bolt. I wanted to run the 2nd cling over the drown in the lock. And in the board, I don't think there's anything in the board that I wanted to do. The Lazatep plating for the 2nd copy of Mystical Dispute. And I think that was it. So we'll go with that. Looks good. Looks Grixis-y and shadow oriented. And I hear that's a good combination. Alright, so as always with Death Shadow, we really want to see things like Neobrand, uh, Storm. Want to see. I made the hot take yesterday on our stream. Let's turn the light on. That I think Grixis Shadow, when it hits a turn 2 threat, is probably one of, if not the best decks in Modern. Like, if you're able to hit that guy on turn 2, and especially if it's like turn 2 and hold up a Stubborn Denial, there's not a lot of decks in Modern that can compete with you. You just have such an ability to close out the game at an incredible speed. The efficiency of the interactions, it's just insane. But Grixis especially is often its own worst enemy, because your ability to have those games where you just tempo your opponent out like nobody's business are often balanced out by the games where you aren't able to find a threat in a timely manner, um, or you do get like a Gurmag Angler and your opponent has a path to exile, something like that. Alright, so opponent's going to have Gut Shot, light up the stage. I'm just going to take the threat. We'll have the ability to Thoughtseize again next turn. Kind of start to fill up our graveyard a bit. So get rid of a light. Play a tapped Steam Vents. Say go. And now like a fetch land will let us play out this Gurmag Angler. Alright, so our opponent has used an opt. So their hand is down to this that we know about, plus the card they drew about or off the opt, and unknown for turn. Alright. You've got it. So we want to kill this on our turn because of light up the stage. We don't want them to have the ability to untap, swing with the Sprite Dragon. We decide to dismember, and then they just get the spectacle off the light up the stage because we paid life on their turn. I've pondered Mausoleum Secrets for Grixis Death Shadow, but it's too jank. Hold that thought. Come on. There we go. Boom. Too jank, you say. Too jank. Get out of here. Alright, enough of that. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Alright. What did our opponent do? They main phase opted. Okay. We still need to find another card for our graveyard. I probably could have just soft stubbed that. Maybe that would have been better. But this could mean we get to soft stub a light up the stage. Oh no, they just had the land. Gah. Gah. So we absolutely should have soft stubbed the light up the stage, especially if we knew they were just going to draw really good cards off the top. That one. Still no ways to get our life or get another card in the yard. But we are gonna soft stub this this lightning bolt into turn. So there's basically no reason not to. Yeah, Mausoleum Secrets is it's one of my favorite cards that's been printed in the last like 3 or 4 years. Um, just from like a design standpoint, I wish it were better, and I would love to play it, but I can't really say, oh, it's good. Alright, did opponent just draw dudes? They did. Yuck. It's like dude plus bolt. Dude plus mutagenic. That's basically dude plus bolt. Alright, so we need opponent to brick pretty bad. Again, this is the kind of the downside of Grixis Shadow on display, is sometimes you just have these games where you go from really good position because I've got a Gurmag Angler in my hand, and I've got a few cards to get in my graveyard, to, oh, I don't find a few more cards to put in my graveyard, and now this Gurmag's not doing anything. On the bright side, we could just potentially have lethal if our opponent doesn't have anything. So that will be something to keep up with. All right. This is lethal on the crackback. It's not really a reason to battle rage there. We'd put him down to 2, and 2 is not dead. So we still need them to just brick here. Did they just... They didn't want to just kill us? Alright, opponent, do you have the lightning bolt? Alright. Alright. Didn't you have lethal if you killed Swiftspear and attacked with both? Were they tapped out? I think it was like... They're not dead if they have a mutagenic growth. That's 5, 6, 7. Trample for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, they're not dead if they have a mutagenic. They're not dead if they had a gut shot. So they just kill the Snapcaster and the Prowess Trigger. So you could be right there. Could very well be right in that one. Do I want to bring in like a mystical dispute? Just as another potential answer to like a Stormwing entity. Also we go to 1 if we fetch. Yeah, going to 1 seemed rough. We would love to play first. Alright, so this is great. This hand we can not only get a turn 2 angler, but we can play around like Blood Moon as well. Well, they take 2 damage to 6 if they have Gut Shot or Mutagenic, but their Bedlam Reveler gets bigger because of Prowess, so we are not trampling over for as much. So if they have like Gut Shot, they could kill the Snapcaster. They go down to 6, but the Bedlam Reveler goes up to 5 toughness. So we deal 5 on the first strike, 5 on the second strike. They go to 1. And yeah, it's the same thing with Mutagenic. Like they're taking 2 damage to prevent 3. Alright. Myers not the worst. So there's our friendly neighborhood backup Gurmag Angler. But I think we're just going to play the first one out here. Say go. We can decide if we want to like escalate this second brutality just to get more cards in our yard to get the second Gurmag out. Maybe our opponent plays like a Stormwing entity and we want a chance to abrade it. Not that we know for sure it'll resolve, but having the option is nice. Like, it's hard to know what kind of plays your opponent's going to make in matchups like this. Like, I could say, oh, I don't think my opponent should have free spells in post board. And that sounds great until they do. Do we want to trade off this Gurmag for Swift Spear plus like a bolt? No. If they got to light up the stage or something, we'll let them cast that. Yeah, Mutagenic would be bad. Again, it's that whole list of like, I don't think they should have these cards in their deck post board, but as soon as I say that, I'm going to get blown out by one of them. Like, alright, I'm going to go to abrade my opponent's Swift Spear here. I don't think they should have in Mutagenics and Gut Shot post board. I know that they have the Lava Dart in the yard. But it's not like this is going to get any better at any point. We could Brutality, force them to make an action, get to hit the hand. Maybe that's better. So let's... Do we want to triple mode a Brutality? We could just like triple mode and pitch Battle Rage Abrade and just have them have a lethal Gurmag Angler next turn. Because they'd take 5 this turn, 2 off the brutality. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Now, what are we holding up? What are we bluffing? Like, if they want to flash back a lava dart to save it, if they want a gut shot to save it, like, sure, that's just getting another spell out of their hand anyway. So, we could take the Morphos. I think I'm going to take the Bolt. It's the most damage currently. So this, from their side, is Morphos, Dart, uh, oh, they can just kill us. Yeah. They can absolutely just kill us here. Obviously, they have to at least maybe respect that we held up this mana. So there's a chance we're just sitting on like a fatal push here. But they could have like Morphosed, or not gut shot, Lava Dart us. Uh, what was that other burn spell they had? Burst Lightning us. Alright. So, we're going to sit here for a minute because us tanking makes the appearance of no battle rage a little bit more believable. So maybe they don't block. We know we're attacking with the Gurmag because if they don't block, they're just dead. Um, they've got 1 dart in the yard, so they could trade the Gurmag or trade the Stormwing for the Gurmag. We can Brutality to Duress and Drain and like take the Burst Lightning and then play out another Gurmag post combat. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to swing with this Gurmag. If they don't block, they're dead. Alright. And then we'll... If they want to trade the Lava Dart for this Gurmag... Or Lava Dart and the Stormwing for this Gurmag. Okay. So now we can... Brutality... -2... No. We just want to drain 2 life and duress them, right? Take the Burst Lightning. Get up to 11. Or do we want to duress them and... No, we have to escalate if we want to play out the second Angler. So if we duress them... Alright, 2 modes. Duress, kill the Swift Spear. And then, yeah, if they want to ditch a land to shoot us with the Lava Dart, that's fine. That's a hand. So we'll take Bolt again. Play another Angler. Say go. So if they find a land, they can actually just eat the Angler, which is almost hilarious. They would have to give up like their entire hand and a land to do it. Alright, so I'm guessing that means they didn't hit the land. So we do get to survive our way to a game 3. What do we want for game 3? I like to rest or dismember a little bit more on the draw. Um, Maybe something. No, don't want to cut out a bobble. Something like that. It's between the second mystical dispute and the second dismember. Maybe the second dismember is better than a second brutality. But brutality did seem pretty good. Alright. So I don't want to cut the dismembers, but having a dismember on the draw is pretty rough. Like if they're able to just like play a Swift Spear, hit you, and then you got to pay 4 life to get a Swift Spear off the board. We're gonna keep this. We've got redraws. We've got threats. We do find the second land, so that's good. Playing out the Scalding Tarn first because it's the worst of our 2 fetches. Since the Delta can get both of our basics, we want to keep it around as long as possible. Alright, don't Stormwing me, bro. That looks like a Stormwing. That is not a Stormwing. Okay. Something, something, there's a chance. Is our opponent contemplating like a mutagenic growth here? I was going to say, if they got a mutagenic, I would love for them to get it out of hand now. Gurmag Angler. I don't think we want a Gurmag Angler at the moment. Alright, so what are the odds our opponent has a mutagenic growth instead of a gut shot? They got it. Okay. At least they got to use it now and not on our turn. So they're going to get to hit us with a Sprite Dragon. We get to untap, play 2 Shadows, and have Stubborn Denial. And a Prayer. If they don't have their 3rd land, this is good for us. We could also try to Brutality away the Soul Scar, but I think since we have Shadows, we just want to play those out. If they have like a gut shot in response to that Brutality, we just get so blown out, it's not even funny. Alright, go for a Manamorphose. Be nice to us. Alright, what you got? Eugenic. So we're just dead to like 2 burn spells. Gross. Yep, we're just dead to them casting a spell. Unless they really believe that we have Fatal Push. Sprite Dragon's not gross. Mutagenic growth post board is gross. Like, the reality of that card is it folds to Fatal Push. So you don't want it in your deck. It's the same reason that if like Infect is facing Burn or facing Fatal Push, they don't leave in Mutagenic Growth because you're just asking to get 2 for 1 with the card. And our opponent was fortunate in that we didn't see the Fatal Pushes, but that's not always going to be the case. So I feel like it's just a bad habit to be in to leave in Mutagenic. Gut Shot, maybe I could understand an argument for because you can turn on Light Up the Stage. You can proactively play it on turn 2 to get a Stormwing out. But you can never convince me of a world where Mutagenic Growth is right to leave in. Alright. Serum Visions off a basic island. Note, it is not a snow-covered island. For whatever that might refer to nowadays. Second land's pretty good. Alright, so it is Storm. So what were their scries? Top, bottom. Alright, let's take an Electromancer. We can Fatal Push the second Electromancer. And then get this Gurmag out. And hopefully that'll be enough to kind of run away with it. Alright, what do we got, deck? we've got Street Wraith. Battle Rage is a good pickup. Push this gentleman. So since we can't get Gurmag out this turn, we'll just pass the turn. And plan on thought scouring ourselves into turn. So let's get a Steam Vents. So we have the blue to Thought Scour, the red for potential Battle Rage, the second blue in case we want to Snapcaster, like Stubborn Denial. Second Gurmag Angler. Probably not quite where we want to be. Gonna leave Fatal Push and Cling to Dust. And I will absolutely soft stub a Remand. Alright. Please allow me to have my Gurmag Angler. He's done nothing wrong. So another hand is Fiery Islet, 2 unknowns. If we draw another fetch land, we can just play out our second Gurmag Angler, which isn't the worst. Baral, Chief of Compliance. Alright, need that third land. Need that third land. Got there. Okay. Do I want to snap push or do I want to snap stub? I think snap push, right? Because they really need this this Brawl to live. Like, their hand would have to be ritual, past in flames, and draw another ritual off the top, or another land, and even that doesn't really do anything. That just lets them make a bunch of red, past in flames, make more red. And now we just get to hold up snap stub. You have another Brawl. Okay. Okay. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can push barrels much better than you. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Let's see. It's funny. From those old Gatorade commercials. Yes, we're not missing lethal by not battle raging here. And say go. So that is 4 mana reducers killed this game. Just like an empty the warrens. Alright. Okay, so it's just kill the Snapcaster. Fair. We're just going to flash in the second Snapcaster. I know we can just untap and battle rage, but We'll just let our opponent get to conceding. Should they so choose. They don't have to. Opponent is free to go to their turn, or go to our turn, and sit back and wait. Alright, so Storm. Plague Engineer is great. Spell Bomb's great. Damping Sphere is great. Ashiok's okay. Mystical Disputes are an option. Don't want Dismembers. We can shave a push. I'm kind of partial in shaving a Gurmag Angler in this matchup. For the most part, the reason is if my opponent has remands and ways to bounce things like Echoing Truth or Repeal in their deck, even though Gurmag is a whole lot of mana to have to repeal, then it gets a lot worse because having to replay it is often death. Yeah, I'm going to ship this back. No hand disruption, no real threat. This is great. We'll bottom a Snapcaster. So, is our opponent going to be nice and scry something to the top that we can see off of Mishra's Baubles? Do not. They go bottom, bottom. Alright, so let's take a peek at what they've got coming up. Steam Vents. Alright, so then bottoming 2 cards off the Serum Visions makes me think they're looking for something, which in this case, looking for action, looking for lands. Let's take the Dismember. So all these rituals aren't going to be doing much through Damping Sphere. I like Dispute over Plague Engineer personally because they only go for empty 50% of the time. Let's see how the Engineer does. I think they go for empty a lot more than 50% in my experience. I think that's kind of like the primary game plan, game 2 and 3 for Storm against a mid-range mirror like this, or mid-range matchup. Like, I think they're just not winning if they don't make a bunch of goblins. So I could Thoughtseize. I'm going to Thought Scour because I need to hit my second land. I want to give myself chances to. Obviously, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but like I'm going to have a really hard time if I don't hit the second land. Just like an Aria. That was anticlimactic. Let's see what they were thinking. Sleight of hand, lightning bolt, desperate ritual. They did in fact whiff. They whiffed pretty hard. Alright, so we're gonna take lightning bolt. That would allow me to play out my shadow next turn. Although we could take Desperate Ritual because they're pretty choked on mana. No, we're just going to take Lightning Bolt. Instead of waiting till next turn, let's just play out a Shadow now. So even if they draw something like Past in Flames, they're not just going off this turn. So their hand is Desperate Ritual and Sleight of Hand. Next turn we'll be able to play out this Damping Sphere. Hopefully we can find like another land so we can play one of these 1-drops and then a Damping Sphere. Alright, gonna Thought Scour ourselves again, because again the upside of finding another land is much higher than some of the spells that we have in hand. So they do have the Past in Flames. So I could take the Past in Flames and just plan on exiling it next turn. If they hit Bear, Ritual, they can't flashback Past in Flames. If we take the Ritual and they hit Bear, they can't cast the Past in Flames. So, yeah, let's take the Ritual. And we'll have this Spell Bomb and we'll just strand the Past in Flames in hand. But yeah, it is pretty nice when your Storm opponent whiffs for you. Alright, so land does nothing. Sure. Also sure. Found the Brawl. Okay. So at present moment, opponent believes they have a chance. Alright, this is great. So this allows us to play out the Spell Bomb and the Damping Sphere. Alright, go. Go for it. Don't show me a shattering spree. So our opponent's hand is Past in Flames. They could cast Past in Flames, and then cast a Ritual, and then they would be stopped. That's as far as they could get. So we're going to go ahead and nuke their yard and draw in case we draw a fetch land to Battle Rage the Shadow. That also works. Alright, opponent, would you like to scoop up your cards now? Alright. Nice little Storm victory there. Always glad when that one goes smoothly. You can definitely get cheesed out by like a Ritual into an Aria Flame, or you get out a quick Shadow and they top deck an Aria, something like that, and it can be really awkward. But when things go smoothly, it's a pretty nice matchup. Alright. Game 3. Match 3. Match 3, yeah. That one. I remember raging when they spoiled Aria Flame. It was a weird time. It was like they showed that card and half of me was thinking, "Oh, well Storm's not going to play that. Like they can just kill you faster than they can get value off of an Aria Flame." And then I just kept reading parts of it and kind of had the same reaction, like kept getting more and more agitated with it. Uh like, "Oh, it's an enchantment, so we have no good way of dealing with it." Um, oh, on the trigger, your opponent gains 10 life. Well, that's pretty bad as a shadow player. Like, what are the odds I'm going to have a 12/12 shadow out and they don't just grape shot me for lethal? Um, and then it just sits there and ticks up. All right. Botanical Sanctum pass. Are we expecting Neo Brand or are we expecting basically anything else? Could you play with Orzhov Stoneblade Shadow? If you have a list, there's a suggestion box down below. If you could just like drop a list down there, we'd be happy to check it out, and we might be able to find a time to play it. All right, are we Neobrand or are we something else like spirits? Ink Moth Nexus. So is it just infect? I don't know why infect would be playing Botanical Sanctum. It's like blue-green hardened scales. Am I going to get spell pierced? Nope, it is just infect. Alright. We'll take a blossoming defense. What do you think of the new 2-mana black creature slash enchantment removal sorcery spell? The one that makes you lose life equal to the was it the CMC? So my opinion of the card is this. I think that at face value, it's a cool card. Uh, Black having targeted enchantment removal is something that this side of the color pie has definitely missed and will enjoy having access to. Um, that being said, I think that the spell itself doesn't line up with um, where shadow decks are currently. What I mean by that is the decks like Grixis, you don't really have much of a problem with Blood Moon. Like it's very easy to fetch around Blood Moon with Grixis. Having access to like Snap Stub, Snap Thoughtseize, Snap Inquisition, so on, so on, makes it a lot easier to interact before Blood Moon actually comes down. And since you're not aggressively trying to get on the board, you can afford to take a little less, take a little less damage, build up your mana base that way. Um, and then decks like, are they gonna let me soft stub this Distortion Strike? Ah, that would have been nice. And then decks like 4-color, you have access to um, Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy, which just hits all the things that this card hits plus more. So once you start adding in things like Chalice of the Void and Ensnaring Bridge, um, anything like that, then all of a sudden this other option, this new card, just becomes worse, especially when it's sorcery speed. So you have to have already fetched around Blood Moon before you even get a chance to play this, and then you're just kind of hoping it's live after that. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, or thought too. Maybe for some aggro decks and Pioneer, it'll be good. Maybe. I think it's much more likely to be good in Pioneer than it is in Modern. All right, let me check out S. Manji's list. All right, so this is kind of like the Gurmag, or not the Gurmag, the Mardu list that we just played a minute ago. A lot of similarities. It is running like Anguished Unmaking and Unearth. So, my two biggest issues with any kind of Orzhov Shadow, um, Abzan Shadow, Black Green Shadow, any of those variants, is that two of the primary draws to playing Death Shadow at all in Modern is Stubborn Denial and Teamer Battle Rage. Like, by cutting those two cards, you're getting rid of every bit of kind of draw to playing a Death Shadow deck. You're just becoming a mid-range deck with no Oops I Win card and um, no Oops I Win card and no Oops I stopped you from killing me or I interacted with you card. In which case, I don't get what the draw would be to play Death Shadow at all. Like, playing turn 3 uh, Ranger Captain of Eos, turn 4 Death Shadow, and that being your curve is not good. That's not going to win you matches. You have to be more proactive in the middle to win matches in Modern. Like, I get that you have Hand Disruption on turn 1, Hand Disruption on turn 2, Ranger Captain on 3, but you're trying to grind in a format where the other decks are playing Uros and 3 mana Teferis and Wilderness Reclamations, Bedlam Revelers, Stormwing Entities. Like, you're being fair in a format of unfair, and that doesn't work out. Like, yeah, our opponent that was playing black white pile beat us because they were being more fair than the borderline edge of the fair unfair decks. Um, but overall, like, you're just not presenting enough of a reason to go Orzhov. Now, as soon as you start saying like Orzhov splash splash for Battle Rage and make it Mardu, then you start having a real reason to go into Death Shadow. But just saying, all right, I've got, um, God, what's the card? Ranger, Captain, and Shadow isn't enough of a reason. But that's my 2 cents. All right. So I think I just want to get down this second Gurmag Angler and hope that this Stubborn Denial is going to be enough to keep me alive. I don't really care about the other Stubborn Denial in my graveyard. But I want to present a way in which I can attack for lethal next turn so they can't just like tap all their mana, go all in on an Ink Moth. Yavimaya Coast. I wonder if this is like one of the infect lists running Uros in the sideboard, or if these are just um, cost considerations Like, they couldn't get a set of Misties, so they're running these as ways to improve their ability to get green and blue, which very well could be the case. Might have to restart Moto after this match. It's kind of lagging on me a little bit. Alright, deck. Fatal Push. Fatal Push, Dismember. Um, anything like that. I'll be pretty happy with here. Battle Rage. So we really want to present a situation where we can kill this Glistener Elf so that they're forced to block with the Ink Moth. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Rough. Yeah, we just drew way too many lands this game. Way too many lands. Yep. If they don't fire up this other Ink Moth, then... There they go. I was going to say, if they don't fire up the other Ink Moth, we'd get to just flash in the Snapcaster and present lethal. But here they got it. I think we are going to restart Moto between games. This is pretty laggy. Oh. Don't want to concede the match. I want to close Moto. The thing I don't like about Grixis Shadow is no flood protection, no horizon lands. Yeah, if there was a blue-black horizon land, that would be fantastic. Like, that would be a big game changer for Grixis Shadow. Maybe there's one in Modern Horizons too. I think that would be a really good idea for them. But the deck does have a... So, Steven and I were talking about this a little bit the other day. Death Shadow decks in general have a high propensity to flood. And the reason for that is you really want to see 2 or 3 lands, and anything or beyond that is typically overkill. So when we say, oh, our deck has a high propensity of flooding, we really mean we see like 4 or 5 lands too much, which is completely normal for like 99% of Magic. But because in our situation it's not. Alright. So Spell Bomb, K commands are great. Abrade's great. Plague Engineer's great. I'm guessing if they're on like a budget build, we don't really care about something like Uro. I think Snapcaster's a little slow. Kling's not great. Don't have to bring in brutalities. And we could just shave a Wraith. I think that's fine. Um, Grixis Shadow would be tier 0, so probably no Horizon lands. I mean, I think it's the kind of cycle that Modern would like to see finished. Because I don't think there's any real reason you could present to me that it shouldn't be finished. Like, I don't think you can come up with a reason for, oh, they shouldn't finish this cycle of enemy and ally colored Horizon lands because blank. Especially when they have the miscast. All right, that's something. So what do we want to take? I'll just take the miscast. Um. So yeah, like you can't have a 5-color cycle of enemy color uh, Horizon lands that have been printed and then one ally color with Horizon Canopy and say that's okay. Like, I can think of no reason not to finish that cycle. You see how popular they are in Modern, how much they improve gameplay by reducing the amount of games that just like aren't decided due to flood or screw. This drawing this Watery Grave is another example of why I love having a second Blood Crypt in the deck. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to play this Shadow. Oh, Blighted Agent. Alright, take the Agent. We could take like the one of the pump spells, but we really just need to find a removal spell for this Ink Moth if we're not going to die to it. Something like Dismember would be one of our best draws. Alright, so we know their hand is Blossoming Defense, Might of Old Kroza, another Yavimaya Coast, and 2 unknowns. Alright, deck. Few too many lands. We kept that opener because it had Inquisition, Thoughtseize, Shadow. And that's pretty good. We didn't keep the opener because it had 4 lands, which we've drawn 2 more. On the bright side, if we do just keep playing land and pass, there's our chance our opponent doesn't try to go for it for fear of us just having a load of interaction. Enemy fetches and allied Horizon lands in one set would be incredible. Yeah, they do need to reprint some enemy fetch lands. And not in a, oh, this is a $200 box of just lands. So, to me, having played on the infect side before, why would you not attack there? If you're going to animate the Ink Moth, you better attack with it. Unless they're just literally trying to bait to see if I'm casting a removal spell on it. Alright, well, we're going to present lethal next turn. Let's see how fortunate we can get. Another hand is Blossoming Defense, Might of Old Kroza, another Yavimaya Coast, and 3 unknowns. If they have something like Scale Up, they could present lethal, but they would have to tap out for it. I sense a Simic 2-mana Planeswalker in Modern Horizons 2 that just ruins Magic until it's banned. Obviously, you haven't heard of our good friend Nissa, Steward of Elements. They have already introduced a Simic 2-mana Planeswalker named Yoroko. I top 8'd a PPTQ with a Sultai deck with Nissa, Steward of Elements in it in Modern, and I ulted that thing multiple times, and every single time my opponent said, okay, resolves. What does that do again? I'm going to hit you in the face for 10. You know what we need in this deck right now? Some of these lads. Some fulminators of the signed variety. In case you didn't know, I love me some signed Magic cards. This is kind of an awkward attack because this is just saying, like, now you just die if we have a removal spell. As such. Like when it was the 2 Ink Moths, they didn't die to a removal spell. But what do I know? Alright, opponent. We could not go to 1 because we could not fetch up a shock land off that Bloodstained Mire. We had no more... Or, no, we had a Steam Vent still in the deck. So yeah, you're right, we could have. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Terrible at this game. I would really like our opponent to stop having multiple Ink Moth Nexuses. Play around Force of Negation. I mean, when you're right, you're right. Like, we already know Ink Moth is the best card against us, so just stop having multiples of them. Just have one on, like, turn 12. Alright, Blind Malkavian. I think I'm saying that right. Blind Malkavian. I sometimes wondered if Grixis Shadow should run Force of Negation. Ever experiment? I have. I played 2 copies of Force of Negation in the board at an open, and it did pretty well. Had no major complaints. I wouldn't say it was just like, oh my god, I'm never not running this card ever again, but it was solid. Alright, so we get to bobble ourselves here. If we like it, we can keep it, like Thoughtseize. If not, we could shuffle it away with this Bloodstained Mire. I'm pretty inclined to keep a Another Thoughtseize. Scale up, Blossoming Defense, Ink Moth. Huh. Alright, let's take a protection spell. And then next turn we'll be able to Thoughtseize away the scale up, plus play a shadow. And if we can find something like a Dismember, we might be able to just end this game pretty quickly. Alright, you are now Ink Mothless. Alright, opponent. Show me your secrets. Scale up Vines of Ashwood. We'll take a scale up. Then we're gonna get this shadow down. Say go. So, interesting interaction here. If I go to Battle Rage of Shadow, they can in fact stop it with Vines of Vastwood. So, keep that in mind for all of your future Infect matches. In the same way that Vines can stop a modular trigger off an Arcbound Ravager or something similar. Who aggressive Distortion Strike. I say aggressive because this means that they are forced to tap down on their upkeep so that they can animate this Ink Moth before Distortion Strike comes off of Suspend. Or not Suspend, off of Rebound. That's a pretty big point we can interact with. Alright, so let's Thoughtseize you. Maybe take something like a Vines. We can shock. Yes, we can safely shock. We can hit you for 8. And then we don't care about the Distortion Strike. All we care about is the thing after the Distortion Strike. Because if the thing after the Distortion Strike doesn't do anything, we win. And there's not really a lot that they can have afterwards that we don't win through. If it's like a creature, we just get to Battle Rage. If it's a Spell Pierce or something like that, then we have Battle Rage plus Stubborn Denial on our turn. If it's another Vines, we've got Stubborn Denial. If it's any kind of pump spell that would potentially get this Ink Moth to lethal, then we have Stubborn Denial. So our opponent just going for the cheese Noble Hierarch kill. I don't think there's an uncounterable or split-second pump spell here. Yeah, so this is kind of what I mean. We don't care about the Distortion Strike. If they want to hit us for 2 here, sure. We're just going to get to untap and Battle Rage of Shadow. Glistener Elf, sure, you're dead. Alright, deck. We get the idea. They're dead. But GG's opponent. I would have absolutely liked to play this match where opponent wasn't on budget restrictions and could have like all of their fetches and everything. So maybe they weren't as likely to flood out. But can't always be that way. I have heard that Infect was making a bit of a return recently because of like the Euro decks. You just apparently have a pretty decent matchup. So I could absolutely see them being a little more prevalent. Alright, so we need lands. We still need lands. Some propensity to flood, huh? This deck floods so hard. Oh, do you want to just keep 5? Yeah. Going down to 4, like, reduces your ability to have any chance of winning so much. Temple Garden. Temple Garden, Wild Nicottle. I'm listening, opponent. Land? Nope. Alright, this is how we die. This is how we die. To a Temple Garden and a Wild Nicottle. So I'm expecting like Naya Zoo, like Burning Tree, Bushwhacker here. Okay. Okay. That is a land. It's probably too late. But if we can afford to get some information, we might as well. So I guess we could have played tapped, and if we hit exactly basic swamp. Oh, nope. You got it. Wouldn't have beaten that regardless. But if we played this tapped at 11, or whatever life we were at, and seen basic swamp after they hit us, we could have played out double shadow. They wouldn't have had lethal on the crackback, and we could have killed them after that. Alright, so Naya Zoo. Let's bring in things that kill creatures. Let's take out things that lose life unnecessarily. Plague Engineers a consideration. Maybe over like a Thoughtseize. We'll go like that. Triple Nicottle. I mean, for those of you who don't know, that card was banned in Modern at one point. 1 mana 3/3? Hell no. Hell no. You can't have a 1 mana 3/3 in Modern. This is a turn 4 format. And then somebody in Wizards R&D said, like, you know what? Really not sure it's that good. And then Burn started getting better cards, and it just all went crazy after that point. Like, oh man, the original ban list for Modern is nuts. Bitter Blossom. You see how much that card's warped the format, don't you? Wild Nicottle. Let's see. Gotta say, it's been fun watching you play my favorite deck way better than me. Good to learn stuff. I would not say I play this deck better than anybody, but I appreciate the sentiment, and that is what I want from this stream, is for people to be able to walk away saying they learned something. Like, I will punt like crazy, and that's completely okay. Especially as long as people are, like I said, learning something and feeling like they're getting something when they walk around or walk away from here. Ho from Iskanta. No 1 mana 3/3s, only 1 mana 12/12s. Now we're talking. That is how Magic is supposed to be played. With just big, dumb avatars. So, in matchups like this, it's really important to remember. Let me sit right down and tell you one more thing. that is a that is a bona fide scythe leopard. Oh my! I am I am shook. Um, I was saying, in matchups like this, it's important to note that our opponent does not have enough burn in their deck to reliably burn us out. So, being passive, letting your opponent get chip damage in, is often much better for us in the long run because they have to commit to the board. We don't have to. We can wait. We've got the combo kill. And especially with things like Gurmag Angler in our deck, we can afford to wait. Like, I don't even have to Fatal Push this, but I'm going to because it makes my opponent commit more to the board, where I get to just sit here and end the turn, like, fetch up a basic island, Thought Scour myself, untap, and play a Gurmag Angler. So our opponent is transitioned from Naya Zoo to Naya Landfall. Good to know. Ooh. These are, these share a creature type. I don't I don't know if everybody's aware of this fact. I certainly just learned it. but but these cards share a creature type. Ooh. Cat. Oh man. Honestly, that is the first time that I've ever named cat with Plague Engineer. And yes, it did in fact feel disgusting. But on the bright side, our opponent's deck is pretty sweet. In case y'all weren't looking at the same sort of cards I was. Fatal Push is a really good pickup here. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Play Gurmag Angler. Say go. It was a little bit mean, wasn't it? I can't really argue that. We did do gross, disgusting things. I think OP is actually on Cat Tribal. Could be, like, between the Nicodles, the Leopards, and the Steppe Lynxes. Could very well be. I can't imagine they just have like a plethora of creatures left. And I'm absolutely okay with just mowing into this Renin 6. Not a cat. Not a cat. Puts a bit of a wrench in your theory there. Yeah, if opponent has like a Veil of Summer here, we'll interact. It's not a cat. In case we didn't hear. Alright, let's Thought Scour first. See what we find. Opponent, please no. Just let me resolve my Thought Scour in peace. Take that one. We will attack down Renin 6. So our opponent has got a basic plains in hand. We've got a Gurmag Angler on the board, a Snapcaster waiting to get back some sort of spell from our yard, and a Death Shadow. So I think we're okay. Sure. That is fine. We could Snap Thought Seize or Snap Thought Scour. I don't think there's any reason to right now. Renin 6 off the top. Okay. Okay. Opponent getting all the fetches. You tick up that Renin 6, opponent. You do you. Alright, I think I am going to flash in this Snapcaster into turn. Get a Thought Scour. Just want to draw another card, try to get down this shadow outside of like Ren ping range. What do we got, deck? This is fine. This is fine. So we can attack at them, dismember our shadow, play Gurmag plus, or dismember our Snapcaster, play Gurmag plus shadow, and have dismember. I think I'm pretty okay with that. So, bye-bye Snapcaster. Hello. Hello darkness, my old friend. And you. Alright. Could have maybe Snap Thought Scoured the Renin 6 away. We could have, but the Renin 6 just, like, isn't doing anything. So we don't really care about it. Alright, is there anything we want to change up now that we sort of, maybe, kinda have a little bit of an idea of what our opponent's doing? I say all those things very, very loosely. Like, Ashiok wouldn't even be bad because it just stops all of the fetch landfall shenanigans. But I don't think I really want a 3-mana sorcery speed play on the draw. We saw Path to Exile, so Gurmag gets a little bit worse. Maybe bringing in like the Thoughtseize over the 4th Gurmag Angler, because we really don't want to see multiples. We could say like Spell Bomb for Wrenn and 6, but again, that's pretty narrow. Ugh. Nope. Yep. And let's get rid of Cling. Alright, opponent. Hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot? Show me your Nicodle, please. No Nicodle. Alright. What do you have coming off the top? Step links. So, I think I'm just going to Inquisition here. Rest in peace. Rest in peace is a magic card. Could take that. It does stop Gurmag Angler. Yeah. Feels bad. I don't really want to take the rest in peace. If I had like a shadow in hand, ironically, I was going to say I probably wouldn't take the rest in peace. But you live and you learn. Alright, so what we're going to try to do is set up a situation where they hit us a little bit more and we can potentially like shadow. They go to bolt the shadow, we go to dismember something, and shadow lives. But here we're just going to pass the turn. If our opponent goes to attack with no landfall, I might just flash in this Snapcaster and block like a Scythe Leopard. Is that what I want to do? Nah. We'll save the Snapcaster. Kill a Leopard. Or kill a Geopede. That thing. Kill the thing that's not the cat. That one. The one right there. Now our opponent hits us down to... Yeah, I'm going to stub this. I just want to get value out of this Stubborn Denial now. This is kind of the best case. So they hit us down to 12. Now we get to play out our shadow plus hold up dismember in case they go to try to bolt our shadow. That also works to an extent. Oh. Alright, so I don't want to fetch now. I want to set up an opportunity where I can get my opponent by letting them untap with mana and then have the ability to... Opponent doesn't even let me finish my sentence. That is so rude of them. I was going to say set up an opportunity where I could fetch. They have priority to try to bolt my shadow and I get to dismember in response. But opponent just can't wait 2 seconds for me to finish. Opponent's so insensitive and uncourteous. I adore watching you. I try to make it pretty fun to be here. Like, I would be miserable if people like, if I was watching a stream and there was no personality, there's no energy, anything like that. And if maybe there are other streamers out there whose opponents let them finish their lines of play, and so be it. Double step links. Okay. Okay. Snapcaster, I'm counting on you big time, buddy. I really don't want to use this Snapcaster yet. That's not bad. Show me something good. Touche. Touche, deck. So the reason I'm waiting on this Snapcaster is if they top deck something like Renin 6, and I can snap Stubborn Denial and potentially stop the trade. You're watching me. This wasn't recorded previously. This is in fact being played out in front of a live studio audience. Oh, I want to snap Stubborn Denial, a 2-mana spell, and then I can have my Snapcaster stand in front of a Step Links. Proceed to happen. Alright. Taste my frozen fury. I could, like, snap Escalated Brutality there, but I just don't think that's really worth it. But I will absolutely snap push this thing because I don't want to get down into bolt range. So push. Kill the links. Alright, deck. Shadow. I mean, I'm completely okay with this. Like, I'll take multiple Snapcasters. There's a reason this card was like 70 something bucks at one point, maybe higher. Ambush Viper beats indeed. You gotta do what you gotta do. And apparently what we gotta do is hit them with Snapcasters. I don't want to snap Thought Scour because I'm pretty sure my Snapcaster's worth a little bit more than that. Now that we got Cling to Dust, we're not dead to like double bolt, which is really nice. What you got, opponent? Just don't play a plated Geopede. Opponents never had a plated Geopede in their life. Alright, yeah, we're just going to force the issue now. Like I said, we're not dead to double bolt. Sure. But this is setting up so that, like, they can't crack any of these fetch lands. We also can't crack our fetch lands because we don't want to go down to bolt range. Ugh. Alright. Who's gonna win? A bunch of cats or an army of snappy boys? What you got? Alright. Touche. Good games. Keon926. I salute thee and your army of feline menacing warriors. Alright, 3-1, going for the 4-1. Let's match that Mardu league. Let's get a couple 4-1s today. They're not 5-0s, but they're solid. Looks like you put your opponent down for a cat nap. Oh, get out. Get out now. That's pretty good, Freed. I'll give you that one. Get out right, meow. Alright, Raven0904. We're 100% keeping this one. This is the classic turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Gurmag Angler. And I hear that's pretty alright. I do like a cat to you jumping all hibbity bibbity from tree to tree. Do I look milk from a saucer? Yet again, I do love me some Super Trooper. Ah, ah, ah. Just show me. Alright. Who would mold a 4 and keep? Tron, Dredge. But Dredge probably wouldn't just scoop right there, because they could absolutely still win against Shadow. So I'm betting Tron as well. So let's just go with the full Tron post board plan. Not saying that we're bringing everything in that we just boarded, but we want to make sure there are certain cards that we 100% get out of our deck, like all of these. Kling's not great. So now it becomes like what's better than those things that we took out. And that would be like, do we want Mystical Dispute or do we want Ashiok? Let's keep an Ashiok. Why not? Alright. And who said you can only play Neobrand for a turn 1 kill? Not I. Not I at all. Alright, hand's terrible. Easy ship. Hands still pretty terrible, but in a funny way. So I think we're going to ship it too. Hand's great. Let's get rid of K-Command Blood Crypt. Did we get it right? We did. We're so smart and thin. Dead as hell, but smart and thin. What if they're like on humans and you get to rejection of Vile? That'd be 100 out of 100. That would make my day, honestly. Alright, so we want to be able to play a turn 2 Double Shadow. Our opponent, who's just got natural Tron, we're going to take the Ulamog. Alright, opponent. You've never top decked like a god in your life. Don't start now. They had a better hand. They did at one point. Alright. All right. Something, something, something. There's a chance. Opponent like main deck and snaring bridges is here. Or no, they could Karn and snaring bridge. They know what we're on, so. Or they have an idea what we're on. Something that plays Thought Seizes and fetches and shocks on turn 1. A whole bunch of options. Don't worm coil me. Don't you dare. Don't you dare worm coil me. Deal. Deal all day. Got it. Did they really get Field of Ruin off that? They did. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, so we know that they've got... They use that... Yeah, they use the Sphere. So we know Sanctum, Field of Ruin, Unknown, Unknown. Death Shadow over Thought Knot's here. Agreed. Agreed. I think opponent needs to get aggressive here and just get some damage in. On a side note, if they decide to Field of Ruin us, we get to flash in this Snapcaster. Oh no, opponent, you got us. You're so smart and thin. Hiya. Alright, what are we targeting? That? Yep, sure. Alright, fetch land. One time. Not quite a fetch land. Alright, so our out is opponent playing their Ugin before their land. Dang. Double dang. And they went and got a worm coil. Triple dang. Alright, so we need like... What? Not that. Alright. The rough, turn 2 double shadow into not finding ways to lower your life total. So do we want to change up anything based on what we saw? Not really. I don't know how you play around your opponent getting Field of Ruin. I do like Mystical Dispute a little bit better on the play. Because you can just like turn 3, hit whatever their big payoff is if you hit your 3 lands. Maybe that's just better than like Ashiok. Nah. Can't be better than Ashiok. Alright. YOLO. For Narnia. For the Fellowship of the Ring. What do we got, deck? Good hands all around. Um, Oh, is this a trap hand? Like, if we see a threat, hand's fantastic. If we don't see a threat, YOLO. We're YOLOing. We're in match 5 of our 3rd league. It's time to risk it for the biscuit, as the kids would say. That's not a biscuit. Double scrying map Ugin. So regardless of what we do, they're going to have access to Tron eventually. So we're going to take an Ugin. We could have taken the map and just hoped to spike a stubborn denial off the top. Alright, biscuit achieved. Biscuit count is currently us 1, opponent some number. I'm not really sure how to justify biscuit numbers. Then ceremonious rejection is a really nice pickup for us. They just nat draw the second Tron land. Okay. Okay. That's how we're doing this. Ooh, that's a pretty good one too. So we're just going to hit them with a shadow. So this is 6 this turn, 14, 5, 11, 12, 13, snap Thoughtseize next turn. So lethal next turn with rejection. Yeah. You, and you. Hold up our double blue to play around Field of Ruin. The biggest of brains. Play your Karn or your Worm Coil or that. We're going to check for dismembers here. They didn't have it. We're gonna check again for dismembers here. Huzzah! Ha 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 ha! Alright, let's open some chests. Let's see what we can pop out of these. Nice indeed. It was a very solid 4-1. I wish we could converted or could have converted one of those leagues into a 5-0, but happens. Ooh, Tundra. Izuka the Ruthless. Bushido 2. Whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. 2 in red. Sacrifice a samurai, not Izuka, any samurai. Samurai creatures you control gain double strike until the end of the turn. Must have for all of your tribal samurai needs. Go pick it up now. Don't be late. Fated Conflagration. 5 damage to target creature. Planeswalker. I remember playing this card in Standard. Release the dogs. Create 4 1/1 white dog tokens. Alright. We need something better than these. We need that Allosaurus Shepherd. Doomed Necromancer. Black tap sack Doomed Necromancer. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Ooh. That's pretty sweet. It's a reanimate on a stick. Brightmare. In his battlefield, tap up to one target creature. You gain life equal to that creature's power. Don't tap your own Death Shadow. It's not going to work out how you want it to. Alright. So, Fantastic League. Let's pull up the list real quick. Go over some closing notes. Things that I think are good about Grixis. Again, if you see the turn 2 threat with Grixis, you're almost unstoppable. Um, like the combination of the hand disruption, your ability to fight top decks with Snapcaster mages, your ability to close out games with battle rages is insane. Like you could just close out so many games that you can't close with Tarmogoyf by just being able to get a Gurmag instead. And there's so many removal spells that Gurmag is able to dodge. It's absolutely nuts. So the main deck, I probably wouldn't change a thing. Like, it's straightforward. It's about as streamlined as you're going to get. The only difference is you could easily make an argument for like the third Scalding Tarn over the second Blood Crypt. I prefer to have the extra shock because it allows me to play more passively in the early couple of turns and then turn the corner better later because I have an extra shock in my deck that I can fetch up. Sideboard, everything's pretty straightforward. Royal Scions is a personal choice. I really like the card. I think it's great in like the Jund matchups and the control matchups, mirror. Um, Everything else, a braid is eh. Like you could very easily make that a braid, like a second terminate if you just want another way to kill things like prowess creatures. I wouldn't say a braid by any means is necessary, since you do have a similar role with things like ceremonious rejection, just not allowing artifacts to hit the board, K command, destroying artifacts that have hit, plus being flexible in other matchups. Um, you could easily cut the abrade, make it something else, but I personally like it. The second Nihil Spellbomb could be very nice, or the second Damping Sphere, seeing if you think you're playing against more like Tron or more Uro decks. We did dodge Uro that entire league, which was pretty nice. But Spellbomb is fantastic in the Uro matchups. So if you think you're going to be running into a bunch of those, maybe like the second Spellbomb over the second Mystical Dispute. Sure, no issues with that whatsoever. Um, Other than that, does anybody have any questions? Questions, comments about the list as we shift these over a little bit to make it a little more visible? How about like that? Boom. Alright, list. I think if I was going to sign up for another league, I'd probably play about this exact 75. I'd probably cut the second Mystical Dispute for the second Nihil Spellbomb. Um, and I think that's literally the only change I would make. I don't think Mystical Dispute really came up in any of those matchups. Obviously, it's better if you run into some Uro decks, but if you don't, it's pretty dead. I agree with Freed. Always the second Crypt. It's like, again, I wouldn't leave home without it. The one event that I played one Blood Crypt, I had a guy in a feature match dead on board with like a Battle Rage Shadow, and I went to fetch and remembered as I was searching that I only had one Blood Crypt in the deck and it was already on the field, and I had no more shocks to search out, and I ended up losing that game. Won the match, but lost that one game. Um, but other than that, if you were hanging out. Greatly appreciate you stopping by, saying hey, checking out the content. If you hadn't yet, feel free to hit the follow button if you're enjoying the commentary or you're enjoying the gameplay, enjoying the chat, enjoying just having me as some background noise to help you fall asleep late at night. Any of those great reasons to be a part of the channel. And we always love having people stop by, hang out, check out what's going on. Um, again, being a part of the experience is what it's all about. So never feel like you're not welcome to jump in, give your opinion, ask questions. I'll give honest answers. Everybody else in the chat will give honest answers. So it is a pretty great place to be, and I'm really enjoying the resource that this channel is turning into. Because awesome to just have so many knowledgeable players in one place, making sure that I punt the least amount possible. Um, let's see. That's legacy. We don't care about legacy. I am going to send everyone over to Fluffy Wolf 2, who is playing some mono red prison. So please send send my good wishes with you all and enjoy his stream. I haven't checked it out. I'm gonna check it out for a second after I send everybody over there. But thank y'all so much for hanging out. Look forward to seeing you again next week. If I do decide to play a premiere event this weekend, um, I'll make sure that I go live for that so everybody can get a notification and come check it out. So, ta ta until then.